Sean. See, I can't see. Hey, Rob, his counsel is Mayor Pro Tem LeBaron.
Are you ready? Hear the panic? All right, we ready? What's the holdup? All right. I'm going to bring the meeting to order. City Council of August 6, 2020. And before we start, I want to take a brief moment of silence for our dear friend Neil Levy, who passed this last weekend and was dear to us all. So I just want to take a moment of silence, please. Councilmember Zuluaga has a few words he'd like to say before we get started.
Thank you, Mayor Carr. As I researched the Jewish tradition in preparation to pray for our late Mayor Neil Levy this evening, I realized that Neil Levy served Woodland Park with the same deep heart's desire to help his community, much in the same way as the Levites did of old. As he passed the gavel to Mayor Carr and this council body in April of this year, he lamented the division of council that he saw. And he asked, how can we do better? I recall his challenge. He challenged us with a question. How can you contribute? How can your contribution make us all better? So please join me as we bow our heads in prayer. Glorified and sanctified be God's great name throughout the world, which he has created according to his will. I will magnify myself and sanctify myself, and I will be known in the eyes of many nations, cities, that they shall know that I am the Lord. We call to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as we pray. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountain of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. We acknowledge that this unity, that all unity is found in you, Lord. And we thank you for the life of Mayor Neil Levy in our city. We commend him to your care. Amen.
Thank you. Suzanne, roll call, please.
Mayor Carr,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Labar,
Here.
Councilmember Case,
Here.
Councilmember Neal,
Here.
Councilmember Path,
Here.
Councilmember Zulawaga.
Here.
Thank you.
Can we put the Zoom on to participants so I can see Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Labar, please? Well, I need to see if she raises her hand or something. I don't want to ignore her.
Just click on the participants tab.
She's a panelist.
There
There
she
she is.
is.
Thank you. Welcome. All right, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have item 3A is appointment to the Board of Adjustment Committee. Suzanne.
Thank you, Mayor Carr. This evening, as council is aware from their staff report, there are currently 3 positions open on the Board of Adjustment. One position is a regular position, and the other 2 positions that are open are for alternates. We've advertised it as per council's policy on Facebook, all the different means and ways that we advertise these postings, and received 2 applications. We received an application from Mr. Dean Nelson, who is in the audience this evening. If you want to just raise your hand, that's Mr. Nelson. And then we received also an application from Ms. Christina Chapman, who is with us on Zoom. So both of them are here this evening to answer any questions that council may have. And what we need to do tonight is we need to appoint 1 permanent member, 1 alternate member, and we will still have 1 more opening for another alternate member. I would like to also mention that on Zoom with us this evening is the chairman of the board of the BOA, Lou Ramon, and then BOA member Catherine Nakai are also on Zoom if there would be any questions or if you want any input from them. Thank you.
Thank you. In order of application here, I have Dean Nelson. Would you like to come up and say a few words, please? You can hear me or not?
None.
Not yet.
Let me make sure it's on, sir.
There we go. Okay, yes, my name is Dean Nelson. I and my wife Diane moved to the city of Woodland Park about 15 months ago, May of last year. I can say, unfortunately, there are at least a couple of city members that are very well aware of what we went through to get here, Sally Riley being one of them. We were building a house over right off the golf course, and it basically a 7 to 8 month build took 3 years. One of the builders filed for bankruptcy before the house was done, necessitating another builder, and thanks to her, we got an excellent builder, and were able to complete the house. We've, I think, loved every day that we've been here. We plan on retiring here, and I guess they'll drag us out of here. when we eventually leave the city of Woodland Park. And so my business history is I have owned a business consulting business for 31 years that focuses on reducing expenses for business in a wide variety of areas. Some businesses that you would know, Walmart and McDonald's, Wendy's, and such. Probably a wide variety of businesses that you wouldn't know. Even in the short time I'm here, I've done a little work for the city, so I've gotten to know Darren as well, and I know Rusty because we live very close to each other. So what I believe I offer to the board is I've just got an extensive financial background in the expense area, and so that's I have a perspective that I can bring when situations are presented to us. I believe that would be a benefit. I have been on a couple of association boards. I was on the board of Crime Stoppers in Colorado Springs for several years, as well as a member of Colorado Springs Executives Association for about 15 years, and also a past president of that association. So I'm just looking to provide what I might be able to the city, because I expect to spend an awful lot of years here in the future. And welcome any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Council.
A point of information. I'm glad you did mention it, because I was involved in Mr. Nelson being here, so I want to disclose that information. Lou Ramon had actually given me a call and asked for suggestions for people for the Board of Adjustments. I did give him 2 names, and evidently in going through the interview process, Mr. Ramon and the Board of Adjustments felt that he is a worthy candidate. So I would also endorse whatever Mr. Ramon and the Board of Adjustment did say. I do personally know him. I want you to know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Other council. So I have a couple questions. Are you familiar with what the Board of Adjustment does?
I would say generically, I am. It appears to me that these things are, I'll say, more jurisdictional, real estate related and such. And while I don't have specific knowledge in those particular areas, those do have many times financial components to them that would be something that someone would take in context to potentially a decision being rendered on that. And so again, that just, my feeling is that while yes, there'll be some learning process involved with that, since I haven't been on a Board of Adjustment before, as a citizen, it's something that I would look forward to doing.
Would you be okay being the alternate on that learning process as opposed to the primary? We've got 1 primary opening and 1 alternate, I believe.
Whichever makes the most sense for the board. I'm open to either one.
I sat on it for about 9 years, and so I have a kind of a keen interest in it, and I'm always happy when we get volunteers to step up in anything in the city. Other council, any other questions?
This is for you, Mayor. What is the distinction with the board on a alternate and a permanent? What's the requirement?
They all can go to the meetings. The primary, of course, is a voting member. The alternate does not vote unless they're have an absence, and they step in if the board chair and the board deems so. Thank you. Any other questions? None? Good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Miss Chapman. Did you say she was on Zoom?
She is.
Hello,
Show us on the picture.
can you hear me?
We can hear you. Name and
Okay.
municipality you live in.
We don't see
Hopefully
you.
it's Woodland Park. Thank you.
Rob, can we get her on the visual? She doesn't have a camera going.
I do have it on. Weird. Hang on. Mine says I'm on this end.
Yeah, you have no video shown on the icon, so. Well, please proceed, your name, municipality, and tell us why you would like to be on the Board of Adjustment, if you would, please.
My name is, oh, sorry. My name is Christina Chapman. I am currently, right now, I work for Woodland Park School District. We have lived, my family and I have lived here for about 10 years. We've put a few kids through the school district here. We've still got one in high school. And I'm extremely familiar with the community plan and all the planning documents for Woodland Park due to research I've helped community members do in the last, I would say, 5 years. I'd like to be part of this board because I believe that I can bring the knowledge of being able to research and being able to look things up and find information when we need to in order to keep the city as beautiful as it is and how it's intended to be built upon and help keep the integrity of the city.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
I think your question is going to become very relevant. Can we get Mr. Ramon to make a recommendation on which candidate he believes would be best suited for the primary and which one for the alternate? So it kind of guide us.
Point of order, we're not, yeah, point of order, we're not into that yet, but I will certainly bring him in. Thank you. Any questions? I'll ask the same question. You know what the Board of Adjustment does specifically?
They take appeals from the Planning Commission, I believe, and allow community members to appeal decisions that were made in order to ensure everything's in the best interest of our city.
Very good. Council, any other questions or comments? Councilmember Path.
Yes, Ms. Chapman, can you repeat the last two things that you said in your presentation? I just want to make sure I'm clear what those two things were. You said keeping it a beautiful city and something else?
Keeping Woodland Park a beautiful city that it's intended to be, and to ensure that projects and buildings or home neighborhoods that are built, things like that, keep within the integrity of our city and what our city is intended to be based on our community standards. And
So would you define that for me, what you think those are presently?
well, right now our documents currently say, we want to keep within the small town look of our city. So kind of like the Walmart storefront, it kind of fits in with the city. Zoning codes, zoning regulations, they're zoned that way for a reason. And if we're going to go and change them or give them a variance in order to build something there that's not included in the zoning, or that would be a conditional thing, we want to ensure it keeps within the integrity of what our city is and what we want to do and what we want the look to be.
Do you consider, as it relates to things like variances or recommendations of any changes, do you consider the current zoning to be a fixed permanent thing? Or
Oh, no.
okay, yeah, go ahead. Just no.
No, I don't. I believe that we came up with our community planning documents with the entire community helped build that. Quite a few community members helped build that in the past. And I know you're probably currently working on it right now from something I read. And those things can change, and there are reasons for them to change. And there are reasons for some of them not to.
So, last question, with multiple choice here. So what should be the driving factor in what we consider when it comes to the work of the Board of Adjustment? Is it as strict as possible adherence to zoning laws with certain variances here and there? Is it B, seeking to best allow the person seeking some use of land around the city to kind of put their needs and interests first, or is it some other thing?
I don't think we should put builders first. I think we should put our community and our community members first. I think it's kind of a mixture between the two, because I don't think we should be as strict as possible. I really think we should look at all aspects of it and find out why they want to build this there. Why is that the best place? Is it the best place? And does it fit in that location, whether or not currently it's zoned for that?
Sorry, last question. I apologize because you.
No problem.
What's the objective standard by which you make the determination you just described?
I think as a group, the board would have to look at the location and look at what's around it. It doesn't make sense to put a huge supermarket in the middle of a neighborhood, for instance. Look at what's around it, what would need to be included in order to have it there. It's just a lot of different factors are involved.
Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see Mr. Ramon up on the list, but it might be because it's truncated. I see Val Lundy wants to make a comment, or at least has a hand up related to this, I hope. Hello?
Yes, to let him speak.
Sorry, I have no comment. I don't know why that came up.
Okay, you've got an icon down at the bottom of your screen.
Okay, I'll try to get rid of that.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Do we,
Sorry.
do we have Mr. Ramon up there someplace? If he is, he's recognized.
I don't believe he's available.
Okay,
He had health issues.
okay, very good. All right, council, any further questions for either candidate? I would welcome some discussion. Remember, we have 3 openings. We have 1 principal and 2 alternates.
That's correct.
And so that's what we're at. We have 2 candidates. We can assign all or none. We're quite open to any possibility.
Mr. Mayor, I think Catherine Nakai has her hand raised on the Zoom meeting.
Catherine, yes, could you, you're recognized, please.
Still muted.
Mute.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, did you have any, is there anything I can answer instead of Lou for you guys?
I know if you have any input, I don't know if you know these 2 candidates well or not.
I do actually, I did recommend Christina apply for the board. I've worked with her in the past. I think she's a great asset, but it's up to you guys. I don't know Mr. Nelson, but if you had anything I could help you with, that was all I had.
Did you participate in the interview of both of them so you have a relative feel who is more qualified? I just would like to know which one the interviewing process felt was the better candidate, because unfortunately there's one primary and then you have.
Right. Mr. Nelson is fairly new to the community, so he sounds like he'd be great, but I'm a little bit more comfortable with Christina being here 10 years. Her and I have had some dialogue in the past. As a regular member, I'd be comfortable with either, but I would prefer Christina just for my personal perspective.
So Catherine, I understand that you recommended her,
Yeah.
and you say she's a great asset. Could you kind of embellish on what that means to you?
She did do a lot of research for some previous stuff that we were involved in. She loves Woodland Park. Obviously, she's been here 10 years. I'm not quite, her and I got along fine. We had some great dialogue. She seems to be very open-minded. I think she'd be a really good asset from that perspective. I don't think she makes up her mind before she researches stuff. Kind of like me. We go out and we research stuff and then try to make what's the best decision for everybody involved, not just ourselves.
Thank you.
Sure.
Seeing no other comments, Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre, I don't see you up there. I don't know if you have any comments or not. I want to make sure you get an opportunity. Okay, thank you. And I apologize remind me from time to time if I ignore you, please, because it's kind of a weird setup here. Council, do we have any thoughts about who should be where, or a motion or anything like that?
Mr. Mayor,
Well,
it just
Member Case.
seems that I think they're both very well qualified, and I'd like to thank both of you for stepping up and volunteering to serve on the Board of Adjustment. I think it'll be a great learning experience for you. It just seems, reasonable person, that possibly the young lady, Miss Chapman, that with her time in the community, living here almost 10 years, maybe, and her knowledge that she's expressed, maybe that she would be the best at this time for the permanent member or the regular member, and maybe Mr. Nelson learn and continue to invest in our community as the alternate. I would be comfortable with either one, but that just is my process of considering them both. Thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember Neal.
May I make a motion because,
Before you do, can I make a comment?
please.
Thanks.
Councilmember Zuluaga.
Thanks. So this is the first that I have seen either of these candidates, and verbal presentation is all good. I haven't had anything to review in terms of who they are, what they're, just, it seems to me to make a vote on this, and I'm, perhaps this is a procedural thing we need to look at with all of these appointments. I'd like to have some time to actually get to know them. I mean, we can all present ourselves well in a short thing, but to dig into it and see, yeah, does this person really fit those things? It just seems to me it needs more of a open discussion period so that we are really selecting well. So I'm not necessarily saying that has to be hard and fast for tonight, but I sure would like to see that for all of our appointments in future, that we have a time to get familiar with these folks and not just make oh yeah, well, they're the only one. Yeah, we'll select them. I just find that a little bit, I'm a little uncomfortable with that process.
Yeah, Neil and I talked about this going back a couple of years, that we don't always have to fill all the slots with everybody, and sometimes we don't need to just take everybody who's there. So Neil was aware of it. I'm aware of it, carrying on his legacy here. And to your point, we get applications. Everybody fills out an application, and we have our opportunity to ask them questions right now. And that's really the system that works and has been in place for a long time.
Did I just miss seeing their application?
It was sent with the packet.
Is it?
We're in the
It's a
packet.
separate part of the packet.
That's a separate part of that.
You can look at mine if you would like.
You got a print?
I'd like to pass them down. I likewise, with Councilmember Case, have the same instinct. And no offense to anybody, but it sounds to me like, having served on that for almost 9 years, or something around 9 years, there is a lot more to it than, let's say, Keep Woodland Park Beautiful and a lot of the other boards. It really has a lot of QJ things going on, and it's a serious job. It gets boring sometimes because you think, oh, well, here we go with another setback, but it has implications, and I took it very seriously. I had a good time. Of course, I'm an engineer, but it does take a little bit more than just some of the other boards. And Director Riley is excellent at training these people very quickly, and our planner, Laura Pellegrino, also, but it is something that you have to jump into right away. Other comments? Councilmember Neal?
Not a comment.
Okay. Well, I'm going to make a motion then, I guess.
Well,
Nobody else
make
is-
the motion. I was waiting for that point in time.
So can I make another comment of what I'm seeing here?
Please.
Yes, if you want to ask additional questions,
Correct, yeah.
please.
So Dean, can you hear me okay? I can. Okay, would you come up to the microphone? Yeah. What, in your opinion, are the 3 most pressing issues the City of Woodland Park relative to the board commission for which you are applying? the one I'm interested in you have here, to mitigate resident confusion. Can you embellish on what you say in this part?
Well, yes, I've been here a short while, but through just conversations I've had with residents and some experience that I've obviously had with the city as well, there's a lot of the battling that goes on, I think, so often because both parties don't know the rules and regulations specifically. And I think some of that weighs on the city not making those things maybe aware as it should at the appropriate point in time. And then it's also responsibility of the citizens as well to know what you're arguing at that particular point. And the situations with the tiny house and all of that got very boisterous over time, and it just appeared to me that there was information lacking many times on both sides, that if both parties understood the situation, maybe it would not have been as negative on both parties as it could have been. Again, with the business side that I've had, you live with the rules that you have till you get to the point where you can change them. And trying to just fight a battle against a regulation that is in place doesn't really serve anybody anywhere. If at the end result, I'm all about results that I want to see at the end of it. I want to get there as rapidly as possible, but you have guidelines that you have to follow. And so it's that lack of information, I think, that possibly I could assist in.
Thank you. And I'd like to focus on the same three, that same priorities with you, if I can. Where are we? Christina, could you weigh in on that, on your priorities? Because I think that's a really important area that we have a lot of tension in the community.
Yes, there's been a lot of tension, not only recently, but in the past as well. And a lot of the community understanding is huge. Like he just said, being able to get the flow of information out there so people actually understand what's happening rather than assume or hear from other people, I think is one of the largest things that our city struggles with quite a bit. Otherwise, priorities just to maintain what it is the community wants our city to be. If we wanted to be a big city like Denver, then fine, write that, vote it, write it in, get community support, but we don't. And so far yet, I don't know that won't change, but the number one priority has got to be helping everyone to understand instead of letting rumors spread around about what may be happening or what is happening or what is out there.
Thank you both. Rusty? What are you going to do?
I'm going to make a motion that we set the regular candidate as Mr. Nelson, and an alternate position as with Ms. Chapman. Is it latter? You have my papers in front of you, so sorry. Ms. Chapman and the regular Ms. Chapman and the alternate Mr. Nelson. That would be my recommendation. So I would make a motion that we place Ms. Chapman in the regular slot, and alternate would go to Mr. Nelson.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Suzanne?
Carr,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Neal,
I'm going to say no.
Path,
No.
Zulawaga.
No.
Okay, we have a tie, sir. 3-3. 3 yes, 3 no. Next meeting.
And next meeting, we will readdress this, since I didn't make a motion to start with. Thank you, folks, for coming. We're
Mayor,
going
do
to
you
put this
want to
off to the
explain
next
to
meeting.
them why it's the
Yes,
next
yes.
meeting?
We have a policy, well, it's in our code, that we have a tie vote. It goes to the next meeting for a readdressal.
I have a question then. That was on a sequence. What if what if I make a motion that we reverse the sequence? Can we then vote on that to see what the results are?
I would entertain a second motion if you would like.
Yes, I would like to.
Jason,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a prioritization.
Yeah, and I guess I'll leave it in your discretion. Council, it's your resolution that was passed. When I say yours, it was, I think, before most of your time. If that's the way you want to move forward, we can certainly do it. The resolution as it's drafted, and I'm working from memory, so I apologize if it's not word for word, is
I
if a
have
matter
it if
is
you want it.
stated and it's considered an automatic motion to move to the next meeting.
Would you like me to tell you what it says?
Yes, please.
It says, council further resolves that in the event of a quorum of council is present and conducts business resulting in a tie vote, that the tie vote shall be considered an action to table the item to the next regularly scheduled council meeting or to a duly called special meeting for further consideration.
So I guess in that vein, there's some flexibility if council wants to reconsider the motion to continue it to the next meeting to some degree. I think you have that authority if you want to do that. I would, I guess, recommend that you have a motion to not table it to the next meeting or reconsider that issue and then make a motion to have the appointment flipped might be the most procedurally accurate way to handle it.
Councilmember Neal.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Mayor Carr, the reason why I'm uncomfortable is it put a sequence of, it's kind of like one person is the primary and by default, the other one is the second, but we don't know if the council would be comfortable, at least 4 council members might be comfortable if we switched the order and then took another vote to see if we got a different result. It's not the same vote. That's what I'm getting at. Jim?
Councilmember Paff.
I would recommend that certainly we understand what the charter says on this. I think it's appropriate for us to consider any order when we don't. I mean, I think that the charter, the way it's stated, as the city clerk just talked about, is appropriate if we've already pre-produced ballots that were hand on. I mean, we can consider any order at all. It seems to me, I don't think, I do not interpret that the vote that just took place is the final say on the matter when we are considering both alternates and primaries all at the same time. Now, if we were doing that on separate ballots, I would think, yeah, we would have to proceed with that. I'm not even certain it requires a motion. I think people can make motions on this consideration as much as they want in my interpretation. That's just my view.
And if I could add, it's not a charter requirement, it's a resolution. So that's where I believe it is your discretion on how you're going to handle it, because council has the ability, as I've stated in the past and suggested perhaps looking at this issue, perhaps this isn't a resolution you want to continue to work with moving forward. So that's where I believe that you have the ability to continue addressing this particular issue if you can come to a resolution. And I think that's fair to the applicants not to have to come back over and over again if there's a resolution that can be had.
So I will make a discussion point that I didn't make before, which, having been on the Board of Adjustment for almost 9 years, plus or minus, the alternates get boosted up like almost every other meeting, or very often anyway. And so there's a lot of turnover, or there was during my term. Maybe it's not anymore, but just because you're the alternate doesn't mean you're going to not participate. Quite often there's absentees and you step up to the principal regular slot anyway. So there'll be lots of participation as an alternate.
Might I also recommend, let's vote, let's just make a motion on who would be the primary and make a motion on alternates.
I'd like to make a motion that Dean Nelson be appointed as the primary and Christine Chapman be the alternate.
So
I'll
I'm
second.
gonna go to point of order because we have to suspend our resolution first. So I'm gonna make a motion to suspend that. I can't remember what the number is, resolution number 239 or something.
339.
339, I got some of the numbers right. 339. I'll make a motion that we suspend.
I'll second that motion, Val. Very good.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Neal,
Yes.
Path,
Yes.
Zulawaga,
Yes.
Carr.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
I would now like to make a motion to appoint Dean Nelson as the primary and Christine Chapman as the alternate.
I'll second.
Suzanne.
Labar,
Yes.
Neal,
Yes.
Path,
No.
Zulawaga,
Yes.
Carr,
No.
Case.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-2.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Yes. And you,
Um,
you'd like to swear somebody in, I'll bet.
Mhm.
Thank you.
So Ms. Chapman, we'll get you sworn in at the next time you're present. But now I'd like to swear Mr. Neal in. Not Mr. Neal, I'm sorry,
Nelson,
Nelson.
yeah.
Sorry,
Mr.
Rusty.
Neal.
You just raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Dean Nelson,
I, Dean Nelson,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and of the state of Colorado,
and of the state of Colorado,
the charter and ordinances of the city of Woodland Park,
the charter and ordinances of the city of Colorado,
and that I will faithfully perform the duties
and will faithfully perform the duties
of permanent member of the Board of Adjustment
of permanent member of the Board of Adjustment
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Sign it.
Congratulations.
Sally has presents for you already. Homework. If I may add, the Board of Adjustment does have a meeting on August 17th. So thank you very much for making a decision tonight. We had an applicant who is going to now have a full Board of Adjustment to hear his case.
Thank you. All right, we do additions, deletions, corrections to agenda. We have changed item 7 on the agenda. 7A is CRF alternate distribution ideas, and 7B is review of the CRF application. I'm going to actually combine those two into one item. They're related, and I think in the interest of time saving, we'll combine those. Those were down lower on the public published, but they were all in public notice, but we've just rearranged them a little bit. Consent
And
calendar.
are you moving them to the new business area because they are new business versus the unfinished business? Those two particular items, 7A and 7B?
No, they're unfinished business.
I don't know that we've ever considered.
I've never
We've talked
considered
about
it here.
them
Oh, that's
several meetings worth.
Not in council?
Not in council.
Not in council.
Well, I've been in council, and that's where I've talked about them.
Absolutely
Absolutely
not.
not.
Not with this
Maybe we'll
particular
refer to the minutes
council.
that we just approved.
Haven't approved. Well, just, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, that's a great point, Rusty. I didn't see that. Unfinished business. Under unfinished business, it's accurate, at least to my recollection, that we have not discussed vendor fee analysis or business licenses
Correct.
on this council. Now, the issues have been in the community, absolutely, but I don't think they've been on the council. So I see what you're saying, move those over to
Yeah,
new
those are
business. Correct, right. And then the other 3 are unfinished business, so
Correct.
they can remain. Would you agree? Is that,
I agree. Thank you.
What, moving the vendor fee and the business license and the
down to new business number 10?
Shining Mountain?
And leave that one. Leave the 3. Leave, I think what you're saying is do CVRF D and E as the first item of business under unfinished business, and Shining Mountain is the second item of business. Then we take the other two, A and B, and move them over to new business because we haven't talked about them before.
We have characterized this as discussion.
Well, it's still, well, all right, it's up to you. Just my comment, just how I saw it.
Well, just a point of information for the record. We have not discussed this previously as a city council, 7A and 7B. We can leave it there in the sequence. It doesn't really matter. We'll get to them.
Either
It's
way.
just they're mislabeled as unfinished business.
I don't think they're mislabeled at all. We have talked about CVRF process.
No,
We had
That's-
hold on, we had a
That is
discussion.
7D. That's 7D.
I think
I'm
we
talking
have two
7A and
separate
7B.
Only A
versions
and B.
of it. I
Only A
think-
and B.
I think the issue we have is that whole section was rearranged. So some council members might have the old version and referring to different items when you abbreviate it to 7A, B, D, C, or whatever it is. So I think that if I understand everyone, CVRF funds are going to be combined, two separate items into one. That would be now 7A. The other one would be Shining Mountain Golf Course, which was never technically a council item, but it was brought up in the comments from the community, so that council decide where you want that. The other piece is the vendor fee and the business licensing has technically not been in a council meeting, so
Right.
you're wanting to move that to new business. And so I think part of the confusion is referring to different labels for the same things.
Mayor Carr, that's exactly
Thank
it.
you.
My
agree.
Okay, Mayor.
agenda that I printed off the website has different numbering than what I've just been given.
Yeah, okay. And my understanding was we were moving the CVRF new items to new business.
No, those are
That's
the
what-
unfinished.
yeah.
You are correct in that. Your agenda is correct now.
Yes.
So just to be clear, at least for my edification, what are 7D and 7E, which we'll describe as 7D being the vendor fee and analysis discussion, and the discussion 7E, discussion of initial tiered business license, will move down to new business.
Yes.
Yes.
Yay, okay.
And do you have a preference if they are A and B, C, or D?
No.
X and U, X
No.
and U are appropriate, I don't know.
Thank you for that.
Well, we'll be fresher if they're A and B, is all I'm saying.
Maybe it would just be helpful.
Okay, when we get to those, please remind me what we did, because I'm going to try to remember myself. All right, so here we go. 7A, CRF, alternate distribution ideas and review of CRF application.
5A,
Point of order.
Mr. Mayor, 5A.
Yeah, 5A.
Oh, consent minutes, yes, I forgot. Where was it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Carr. This evening for consideration, we have the minutes from the July 16th regular council meeting. And I do have one correction that has been brought to my attention, and I know Mr. Zuluaga would like to speak about another correction. The correction that I would like to note for the record is when I typed the minutes, and Mayor Carr meant under the CVRF funds, he meant 300,000, 100,000, 100,000. I typed 30,000, 10,000, 10,000. So I will correct that. As off as zero on each one.
Mr.
Thank you. So,
Thank you. I'd entertain a motion. Oh, you
No,
have
we got more.
You have
Robert's
something.
yeah.
Councilmember Zuluaga.
So on the, where it says here that Councilman Zuluaga stated that he doesn't support the contract or the comprehensive plan and will not support it in another 3 months. That's fine. Zuluaga stated that he felt the comprehensive plan is anti-property rights and should be unconstitutional. I didn't say it should be unconstitutional. Well, to be honest, I don't know how I said it, but this is the way my intention is that it be reflected is in the 1920s, it was ruled unconstitutional, and therefore Congress never made comprehensive plans law. So the way it's moved from there is states can have comprehensive plans developed, but they are not legally binding. And I said that it was a waste of money to reinvest $100,000 to update something which is a good working model that we already have. So
So here's the problem. The minutes reflect what happened in the meeting. If you would like to amend your statement later, I would recommend that that's what we do, but
it's inaccurate. Suzanne, well, go ahead.
Mayor Carr, what
Yes.
I usually do in this situation is these minutes were from my notes. I will go back and listen to the meeting recording and make a determination
thank you.
and
Right.
let the council know.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember
on
Pace.
7A, in the minutes, the motion does not reflect the voting. If we could update that, please, Suzanne. You don't have to tell me what it is, but if you would just reflect that in the minutes.
Okay, will
Thank
do.
you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion,
So-
council?
Your Honor, at this point, if I understand it, we have three potential different amendments, some of which are more grammatical and some of which may or may not be more substantive. Would it make sense for this to be back at the next meeting
Yeah.
as opposed to approved this evening?
I approve your advice.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, is that okay?
Do we need to make a motion, Jason, to table it? I'll make a motion
Let's do
to
it.
table the minutes approval to the next meeting in August. Mr.
Second.
Mayor.
Thank you. Suzanne?
Neil,
Yes.
Path,
Yes.
Zuluaga,
Yes.
Carr,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Public comments, not on the agenda. Here. Okay. It looks like Mr. Simmons, our county treasurer, has the floor. Or county, yeah. County assessor, I beg your pardon, to Mark Zalusta.
Well, good evening. You're correct, Mayor. County Assessor, Colt Simmons for the record. And I like to come here as often as I can, at least once a quarter, and I think it's been since January. And then with COVID hit, I've been delayed. And we have a couple updates. What I'd like to do, just very, very briefly, is just pass on some information here from my role as your county assessor, and just some really quick insights based on what's going on. Very complimentary. First of all, I was at the DDA meeting this week, and it was just nice to see the teamwork there and the presentation that was presented. Mr. Zuluaga was there. It was a good presentation on what's going on with the 6-acre plat downtown. Second thing I'd like to also pay a compliment to is Debbie Miller, Chamber of Commerce, and the work she's doing here with the city, the business community, and trying to push that forward. We're on bi-monthly meetings with some people here too. And it's always nice to see what's going on with the chamber and with her initiatives to pursue good business for this town and for the county. And also for thirdly, as a school, and looking at the school district here and all the great work that's going on there. And lastly, before I get on to some assessment business, is a pleasure I have working with your city manager from time to time and on the issues. Don't always agree, but we always work them out, and it's always a pleasure to work with the good folks here. Every 2 years, my office produces what is called the abstract of assessments. It's a very important handout. And in fact, I brought a bunch of handouts today just to put in the back area for people. And I'm going to pass some of these out. You may have gotten this in January, but I think it was different people who were here at the time. Maybe not.
Oh, yes.
And probably the most requested document I have as your county assessor is this abstract of assessment. And I'm not going to belabor it tonight because you guys have a lot on your plate, but this shows your tax districts. It shows your levies and your revenues. It shows the information about what your county assessment office does and what we don't do. It shows your levies, your valuation, your mills, your revenue, the vacant land. It's a very, very informative document. And I think the last time like Councilman Neal was at my office, you may have gotten the old version, but this is the new version. So also I'm going to leave here on the back or wherever they should be, some other handouts that people here in the audience or you might find worthwhile to have. One is called Understanding Property Taxes in Colorado. One is called Manufactured Homes in Colorado. The next is Property Valuation and Taxation for Business and Industry in Colorado. We have more handouts in my office so you can shake a stick at, but they're all very informative. We have one here, Property Tax Exemption for Disabled Veterans in Colorado. If you're a disabled vet, this is a nice little handout. Property Tax Exemption for Senior Citizens. Are we doing any senior citizens here on the board today? Maybe a couple. In fact, I just hit 60, so I might be one. Here's one. Rebates, exemptions, and deferrals for senior citizens, persons with disabilities, and active members of the National Guard Reserves. Here's one, classification and value of agricultural property. And it goes on and on. Natural disaster evaluation in Colorado. So what I've done is brought these here. Lots of good information. My office is here to help you, work with you, answer any questions. We're a full service outfit. And that's about all I have at this moment. I like to be on time. I like to be to speak, and I like to be gone. But any questions for your county assessor at this moment?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And ma'am, where should I leave these? What would be a good place? Back there? for
Sure, that
people?
would be perfect. Thank you, sir.
And if there's anything we can do for you, please ask.
Thank you. I see some folks in the audience who haven't signed up on my sheet here. In the tradition of our former Mayor Levy, I'm going to ask if anybody had anything that they didn't sign up for on the sheet, if they'd like to speak now. Seeing none. Thank you. We'll move on to 7A, combination. I'm going to read this into the record. This is an introduction. Tonight we have on the agenda a program to assist our businesses and citizens. This is funding from the state we have for reimbursements of COVID-19 impacts to our citizens and businesses called the Coronavirus Relief Fund, also referred to as the CVRF. We have worked on CVRF applications for Woodland Park businesses, including nonprofits, and a separate application for residents. The basis of the applications is from other municipalities that have executed this type of program with the authorization and approval of the funding authorities. So we started by not trying to reinvent the wheel. The application drafts have been available to council for inspection and modification for several weeks. Several council members had suggested modifications, 95% of which have been incorporated by content and intent. These applications have also incorporated the expert experience of 2 bankers who executed the federal PPP program for the related CARES funding. The applications and review portions have also been examined by the regional manager of DOLA, who are the ultimate arbiters of what we can and cannot do, and his suggestions have been incorporated. I also spoke to CML, and they have input to this also. The review process has some minor details to be worked out, but our expectation is to collect applications for 30 days and make final determination criteria during that period. Much of the review details have already been laid out clearly in the state mandates and somewhat in the application, but the world of possible COVID-19 impacts is unknown to anybody at this point, so some common sense determinations will be made in the city finance office beyond some fixed cookbook list of absolute certainty. Our citizens understand common sense. We have the mayor and other council members who are ready to move to get these CVRF applications to the public tonight. Several businesses and citizens will be affected positively by these assistance grants to stay in business and or to afford necessity household expenses that have challenged their viability since COVID-19 has impacted them, but we are in a scheduled time crunch. I expect tonight we will concur on putting these applications online immediately to start the review process toward actual dollars in the hands of our citizens and business. Any delay in getting these applications to our public will land at the feet of others. Mr. Paff has an idea that he would like to put forth, please.
Let me pass these out to everyone. While you're getting these and before I go into the details, I just want to make a quick statement to set up the presentation. First of all, the amount of money we're getting, somewhere around $675,000, to be candid, is not enough to make anyone whole in this city for all the damage that has been done by the ill-conceived ideas of shutting down the economy. We have run our businesses through a ringer, and Rusty, you can pass it to Jason and to them too. Our state and our country have been run through the ringer unnecessarily. The basic principle that we followed in, say, 1968, where the Hong Kong flu was rampant in this country, on a population of 200 million people, 200,000 people died. We had regular sporting events taking place with no restrictions that I'm aware of, at least, but I'm sure very little. We had concerts taking place all over the country at that time, and we had possibly the largest single concert event in American history take place, Woodstock. And we placed no restrictions on businesses of any substance. But yet what did happen was that government agencies, and particularly the federal government, gave information to people, told them what the dangers were, told them some ideas of what they could do to mitigate these circumstances on a voluntary basis. And frankly, common sense, wash your hands. I think social distancing is something that people have always intuitively understood was necessary, but they weren't always followed even back then. Yet we took measures for the first time in American history to shut down an economy, to put particularly small businesses at risk, and frankly of extinction. I heard a number recently that around the country, apparently about a third of small businesses are still closed down or in a negative state, most of which could potentially go out of business, and many others beyond that. We're in a dire circumstance. We were sold a bill of goods rather than sold a bill of goods that government was going to fix this problem, rather than have a circumstance where government agencies would give information on the best research and the best knowledge available to give people statements of what best precautions that they could take, and so that they could mitigate the circumstance. I think this has been a disaster. People have differing opinions on that. I feel very confident that's the case. But I lay that out for you now to set up this issue. The amount of money we've got is not going to make this economy whole in our city, but it can help a little bit. And there are people who need that help. So the second thing that I want to state is that I voted obviously against the appropriation of this money in the last council meeting. I did so because I'm not convinced that I'm convinced that there's a boondoggle taking place in Washington, D.C. I was just talking to people both connected to the White House, well, working in the White House and working on Capitol Hill. This next package may be $2.5 trillion. The last one I'm not convinced was necessary if we hadn't shut down the economy, and it's putting us in massive debt. But the money has, and that's why I voted no. But the money was spent and it's been appropriated, so we need to find out the best way to do it. So my second point, therefore, is that we need to do it with the least amount of bureaucracy possible. We need to do it with the least possibility of having anyone make a subjective judgment about who gets money. And we need to do it in the cleanest, least costly way as it comes to administration. So that's the setup for the plan that I have. So here's what I'm proposing. And I'll be glad to post this document in PDF form on my personal city council page on Facebook if you'd like to get a copy of it. And we may make adjustments to it. We're going to have some discussion about it, I'm sure. But the proposal below is an outline for a proposed use of the $675,000 of Colorado Department of Local Affairs DOLA money. It is intended as a working document designed to be used as a motion for the council, if possible, to direct these funds, granting the possibility of certain ideas modifying the below discussion. So here's how I believe we should allocate the money. We should allocate, and this is partly based upon some of the breakouts that the mayor has suggested and were discussed in previous meetings. Allocate $300 as a reimbursement to domiciled businesses in Woodland Park of a percentage of their 2019 sales taxes remitted to the city.
300,000.
300,000. Did I not say that? Yeah, $300,000. So exclude certain businesses based on one of three criteria below, which I'll talk about later. Calculate the actual percentage just based on, we're doling out $300,000 to businesses that qualify, minus those excluded, as we'll talk about later. And just calculate it, take, if we do a certain percentage, how will that break out? It's equitable in the sense that the determination is on a percentage basis and not on someone's subjective understanding of whether this person deserves the money or not, as a first statement. And then secondly, its equitability helps with each business because different levels of retail business effort happen, and therefore larger businesses that were not closed down, or larger businesses that were closed down, get a little bit more money than smaller businesses that weren't closed down. That's the first allocation. The second allocation is $100,000 to other businesses. And so basically it'd be available to all businesses which have a city business license and are domiciled in the city, which do not remit sales taxes to the city. Not-for-profit businesses would be eligible for this as well. And the proposed CVRF application would be used by those applying for this portion of the grant. And there would be no disqualification. If there's a non-tax remitting business, we wouldn't disqualify them based upon closed or unclosed. So that's the second part of the proposal. The third part of the proposal is to allocate $100,000 to citizens within the city limits. So basically what I'm proposing is that we return an equal amount of money to all customers of the city water utility. So basically we count the number of customers of the city water utility, divide 100,000 by that number. And therefore everyone gets the same amount. The last portion of the money is to allocate up to $175,000 as reimbursement to the city for COVID mitigation. So as many people already know, we've calculated somewhat in the city certain costs that were directly related to COVID requirements. The Treasury Department, which is ultimately administering this program, even though they've given the state of Colorado some authority to make the final decisions, but their guidelines make it very clear what the city can get reimbursed for direct COVID expenses. It'll require something that's receivable or documentable in some way. That would be left to the city to determine. We've identified at this point up to $80,000, but there are going to be more expenses related to that. Any money left over once we determine the actual cost can be used for any administrative costs to administer this program. So three allocations, $300,000 to sales tax remitting businesses who qualify. We'll talk about the qualifications right after I can do this summary. Allocate $100,000 for other businesses that don't remit sales tax, but are licensed businesses domiciled in the city. $100,000 to reimburse for city water utility as a way to get some money to citizens and give them some form of relief, and $175,000 to cover direct COVID expenses that the city has incurred during this time period. Before I get to exclusions for certain businesses in the first portion, I just want to state a couple different factors. The first thing is that the U.S. Treasury Department's requirements for this make it very clear, in my mind, that we can do with these first two tranches of money that I laid out what we want to do, because it can be considered, in my opinion, direct relief to businesses that were affected. Businesses in this city had various effects come their way of varying natures. So we can look at one business that maybe is on a sales tax basis still remitting a similar amount of sales tax, but they really lost opportunities because, as we all know, for 2 or 3 months in this city, there was no traffic coming up and down 24. So that out-of-town business just wasn't coming. We calculate what those differences are on a regular basis. And so we know that potential business was lost. So it'd be very difficult in almost every circumstance to say, well, you got just as much sales tax as you did beforehand. Well, that may be, but opportunities were lost. And of course, we know some businesses had less sales tax because they just weren't getting the business. So we're just going to try to get some money to these people. And I think we can do that under the Treasury guidelines. The return of money for the city water is not as clear in the guidelines. I think we can talk to DOLA and possibly make that happen, but I think we need to move in that direction in this city council is my recommendation. And then we'll be able to talk to DOLA. We can make adjustments. But what I've noted in the second page is that if that particular amount of money does not qualify for this program, and if DOLA cannot approve that, then we just take that 100,000 and we put 50 more thousand into the first allocation and 50 more thousand into the second allocation and make those calculations thereafter. As to the CVRF form, you know, the people who are other business the people who fall under sales tax remittance, that's just an easy calculation. The city knows who all those people are. That can be calculated internally, and checks or reimbursements can be submitted. Other businesses, then that's where this form can come in and can be utilized. We might be able to utilize it as well for any reimbursement to citizens. Now let's talk about potential exclusions to the first tranche of money reimbursement. So we could define that various ways, and it seems to me that number one is the most likely that DOLA will accept, and that's any businesses defined as essential and critical by the state of Colorado. Those we could define those as businesses not qualified to receive the sales tax reimbursement. We could define it as any businesses which provide grocery services, because to be candid, with all due respect to the wonderful service that Walmart and City Market and Safeway provide to this city, you know, frankly, they were doing gangbusters and were open. A lot of our smaller businesses are the ones we're most worried about, and I'd be glad to recommend a reimbursement to businesses like that if I could, if we had the money to do it. But $675,000 isn't going to do any good, and they're not in a place of harm right now. Our small businesses are in a place of harm, and we need to get at least something to them if we can. The third possibility is any business which is part of a national or regional chain, either owned by that chain or a franchise thereof. And the reason I suggest that as a possible definition is because of the fact that regional and national chains have cooperative marketing agreements, either directly because they're owned by the home company, or in the case of franchises, they have marketing as well that's available to them that their franchise agreement provides for them. So therefore, they had more opportunity to keep generating business if they were allowed to be open at that time. We can talk about one of those three ideas. I think they're the three best. The first one is probably most likely to be approved by DOLA, in my opinion. So just to summarize, citizens need to be assured that this money is allocated in a manner which is equitable and free of subjective analysis. Choosing percentages of historical records and set amounts of refunds equally distributed to all qualified recipients takes away the subjective nature of analyzing distribution and frankly reduces administrative costs too. And therefore we can get more money to recipients. Just to clarify this U.S. Treasury requirements, the Federal CARES Act is a U.S. Treasury Department program, and they lay out their requirements in, I say the attached materials, but we can make readily available the Treasury document, which I wasn't able to print up. And on page 3 of that document, it says expenditures related to the provision of grants to small businesses to reimburse the cost of business interruption caused by required closures. I think it's very clear that the plan that I'm proposing fits that perfectly, because Everyone knows that every closed business, if we exclude the other businesses, everyone knows that every closed business had some amount of harm done to them. And the Treasury document doesn't require direct proof of that business interruption problem. It just says to meet the business interruption. So I think this is clear direction from the Treasury, and the proposed items related to businesses above wouldn't come close to making businesses whole due to the required shutdowns. So I think we're safe there. The proposed, and then I talk about the distribution of the 100,000 to citizens if DOLA would not approve that. But to finalize here, DOLA is the final arbiter of all proposed allocations, and it is recommended that these proposals be moved and seconded today and voted upon in this meeting. And then adjustments can be made upon second reading of whatever we might approve tonight once we get more from DOLA. So this is my proposal. I think it's fair and equitable. I am greatly concerned about some of the suggestions that DOLA lays out for some other ideas on doing this. And frankly, my great concern about some of those ideas is that they amount to welfare programs. And I think we would be setting a very negative precedent in this city, even with this temporary money, to start trying to design and manage and administer welfare programs. We've got money. Let's find the most efficient, easiest, simplest way to get this money out. There's already a concern that if we were to do more than something like this and try to devise a program, that we're not going to get the money spent by the October deadline that has been set. I think it will take too much time to run up a program and try to administer it. This limits that greatly and just gets money into people's hands as quickly as possible. It should not take a long time under my plan to be able to get money to the people. And to be candid, I just want to reiterate this. I wish that we had enough money coming from DOLA, which would never be more than this, or at least not substantially more based on the agreement we made with the county. We're never going to have enough to set whole the businesses that have been harmed by these untoward, useless, damaging policies that have harmed us in this state. And I want to say to every small business in this town, it's already tough for you to do business in this town, to be candid. And there are many things that I hope that we can do as a city council to make it easier for people in this town who own small businesses to succeed. We do too much to hinder them as it is. So I apologize to you that you've had to endure that for decades. I hope that that trend will change. I hope this council will have the wisdom to be able to do more to get us out of your way so you can do your own thing. That's my hope and goal, and I want to see that happen. And this money will never make up for the harm that was done to you, not by the city, by the way. This particular harm was done by the state. And I'm sad to say that we may lose businesses even by allocating this money. So I hope that it helps a little bit, and I hope we can do this in a fair and equitable and administratively simple way. Thanks.
I put forth a couple of weeks ago the thought about the citizens water utility part of this. And I actually talked to Clay Brown, the head of DOLA, regional manager of DOLA for us this afternoon about this exact thing, and related to this other proposal. He has, not he, but the Treasury Department has in 2 weeks has a question and answer session that will determine the legality of these things. Clay Brown thinks they're probably okay, but he's not the final arbiter on this. So we will get definitive answers. I promised whatever we came up with tonight, I would send off to him and get us in the loop on answering those questions, because we certainly want to be in compliance. The other thing is, I recommend that I note that we still have the applications, but there's been a lot of work done on those. They still apply, whether these programs apply or not, because they're backup to this plan. I think it's quite an interesting plan. I think we still have pieces of this that we can proceed with. And the only piece I would talk about is the 100,000 to citizens. This is really an unknown place. I've researched this myself, and I'm not seeing the language there that helps us with that. But Clay Brown and the Treasury people are interested in answering that question. But we can proceed regardless because these amounts can be shifted around by council anyway. So my recommendation is that we look at this strongly, but we've got these applications. I really think we need to get applications out to people. We have a lot of determinations on a review basis anyway that are coming up. My proposal was that I've talked about is the 30 days gathering applications, and then make some, by then we'll have answers to everything. And but delaying weeks and weeks and weeks further with applications is going to put us hard up against this deadline. It's not useful for us. So I will mention that this is an interesting proposal from my standpoint. I think there's some questions we can answer subsequent to this meeting, and part of what I spoke with our region manager Abdullah will be applicable if we want to proceed this way. And they'll be able to answer those questions in about 2 weeks, I think is when the meeting is. I'm invited, but I'm going to make sure all council is, available to see it too. With that, I would welcome Councilmember Case.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to say, first of all, I appreciate the simplicity that Mr. Paff has brought forward. I think simplicity helps our citizens and our constituents in our community to understand and feel like they've been helped instead of drug through the mill. I do see some shortcomings. Just if I could, I was thinking while you were presenting of who we're missing or who we might be not giving equal attention to. And so I just want to point out a couple of things. I appreciate the sales tax calculation because it kind of lends itself to see because they have trends in their sales taxes. And if we see that their sales taxes have declined, then we should deduce from that possibly they've had some impacts from COVID, that their sales are down because their sales taxes are down. I just have to say that to just blindly, and I don't mean blindly is not the best word, but I'm going to use it for the lack of another word, to say that other businesses versus sales taxpayers are less affected by allocating only $100,000 to them may be a little oversimplistic. And I couldn't come up with great examples for that right off the top of my head, but I think if talking with staff, we might be able to identify that. Not to say that it's not a good start. I just think maybe we're leaving some people out that may have significant impacts from the sales tax. And if I could continue. And then the other thing that I see, and I'm not sure about the utilities. I was trying to remember if all of our citizens that live in Woodland Park pay utilities. And it seems that they do. I know there's areas that just have water and some have septic, and there's all those kinds of differences in our citizens, but that would be another question to answer. The businesses that are not eligible, and I have a really good example, is businesses that provide grocery services. Mountain Naturals on 67 is a grocery store, and I know they were significantly impacted. They're not a chain, they're not a franchise, or a regional like Walmart or City Market or such. So I think that we need to maybe pay a little closer attention to who falls in these categories to be sure that we're not leaving someone out that's significantly impacted. And another piece that needs consideration is the documentation of impacts that I see in these documents with DOLA and the Treasury, that we have to have some kind of support to document those impacts for those that receive these monies. And although I love the, simpler's always better, the KISS method is a great method to try and live by. It concerns me a bit that it may be a little oversimplified, and we may be missing some people. So those are just my comments.
So let me address those for you. First of all,
Councilmember Paff, you're
Oh,
recognized.
thank you. I apologize. So, first of all, who would we be missing in other businesses? So, first of all, as a basic principle, we don't have enough money to be entirely equitable. to
I understand
everyone.
that.
So that's going to be a real challenge.
Sure.
So there are going to be on the receiving end of this, there are going to be some places where we didn't do enough,
Mhm.
or someone's going to feel we didn't do enough, or someone's going to claim that too much was done.
Sure.
So that's just a basic thing. And it doesn't, if we were to take an application from every person in the city who wanted some money, and then we attempted to go through every one of those individual applications and then come up with some amount of money, we'd still get that problem. So therefore, the simplicity, I think, that harm is happening no matter what. But when it comes to other businesses, and I don't mind considering some
those
larger
are.
amount to this, because I went off the original amounts that we
Sure.
were roughly talking about beforehand.
I get it.
But so many of these other businesses are businesses that weren't even as greatly impacted as retail businesses. I think the number one principle here is that retail businesses were the most impacted of all businesses in this state and in this country. You will find after this COVID so-called crisis that the restaurant industry is going to be decimated. The retail industry, the retail clothing and other and electronics and other type of industries that were brick and mortar already, and that's mostly clothing stores, they're going to be decimated. I mean, Lord & Taylor, the oldest continuing retail establishment or retail clothing establishment, department store establishment in this country, just filed for bankruptcy. They have been a solid company for a long period of time, sometimes unknown to others. So the retail portion of this business that doesn't have a good online presence is going to be decimated. We're not recovering from that. We can't give enough money to recover those businesses. It just is not going to happen. You're not going to have the kind of restaurant options when you go traveling around this country that you used to have. It's just not there anymore. It's gone. I mean, you might as well just count it gone right now. The airline industry, although not related to anything we're talking about, it's not going to be the same. So there's a lot that's changed. The one thing that hasn't changed is that, so these other businesses that don't charge sales tax would be, for example, lawyers. Certainly impacted to some degree, nowhere near as much as retail operations. Investment companies don't charge a sales tax typically. They have not been much affected. I've heard 2 or 3 different discussions of major national investment firms, small, I shouldn't say major, not all of them major, but some small, some larger. They're still doing just as much business as before, and they could do it all remotely. So many of these businesses that are not brick and mortar retail establishments were not nearly as affected. But we do know that they were, and we can make some provision for that. If we want to change the dollar amount, that's fine with me. And I would actually be, although I'd love to be able to give a reimbursement on the water utility to every citizen that has water, which I think we can expect, just to answer that question. We know that not everybody does pay the water utility, but it's a small portion of people, because people in apartments, people in obviously established homes and condominiums, they're all paying that water. If it's in some cases where they rent, the establishment may be doing the water themselves, but they're going to get reimbursed, and ostensibly they could give a credit to the people that live with them. They may not, but there's just no way to get down into that. So I think that
And another thought on that, Jim, too, is that back when Tabor refunds are done, for instance, in Colorado Springs, the revenue that they can't keep, they often refund it through the water utility.
They do.
Because it seems to be a reasonable and fair way to do that.
And-
So I see where that's coming.
Yeah, and the only challenge here is, will it fall into the DOLA, the U.S. Treasury guidelines, actually. There's a DOLA document, if anyone's seen it, that says these are the things you cannot do. They just took that from the U.S. Treasury
Sure.
document, popped it in there for anyone's information that might be listening. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's a great idea, to be candid. I think it's useful and helpful to almost all the citizens when you just don't have enough money to get it to everybody. But the foundation, oh, so was there another question you had? No. So anyway, that's my case for the other business aspect of it. And again, people can apply. I think we can find a single number that will work for those. And again, we're doing this based on business licenses. So we're keeping the money in the community. Oh, and just to clarify, the water utility reimbursement, I think I noted on here, is for people who are within the city limits who use the water utility. Let's be very clear about that as well, too. So I think that covers most everybody and gets some money out to someone at least.
So
Yeah, I calculated, I calculated, let's say we have, we've got a roughly 8,500 population. I think I calculated 4,500 homes or something. I don't know what the number is, but it's something like that. But if it were 4,500 homes, it's like $28 of a reimbursement to everybody in a house. It's not a lot. It's something. 30. Yeah, 35. Anyway, there you go.
So while you folks were talking, I recognize your point very well. The ineligible is just for this 300,000. Doesn't mean that, let's say, a business like Mountain Naturals can't apply under the
Or some
100,000
of the residual.
for the 100,000 part.
Sure.
So I think let's face it, folks, there's not enough money to really make anybody well, but we're trying to keep people limping along. But I think that's covered in my reading of this, at least. I choose to interpret it that way. By the way, the percentages up in the 300,000, we're going to have to proportionalize whatever that is. You know, if we have $800,000 in sales tax remittance, 300 isn't going to cover it. So we'll have to work that in the review process to a reasonable percentage and
Seems
figure
to
it
be-
out.
It would be a percentage of the whole.
Right.
on business by
So we're going to have to trim it to
allocation.
fit in. Right.
So
Exactly.
You have to calculate the same percentage for everybody,
Right.
allocating the entire amount.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Which, it's not impossible. It take a little time and not much.
No, it's
So my,
spreadsheet out.
Yeah, exactly.
So in the second business slot, we still have a mechanism for that, whether any of this is approved by Dole or not. And my sense from Clay Brown was that he thought this sounded reasonable. He said there's other municipalities doing simplistic things like that. I asked the question, which you asked, I said, but the applicability and receipts for this doesn't match. But he says there's some dynamics going on. In fact, there's a new policy coming down tomorrow, he said. And he doesn't know what it is either, but there's new guidance coming down. Some of this is dynamic, and according to him, I just talked to him this afternoon. And so some of these scenarios like this are actually on the board in other places in Colorado, and people are asking about these. My third allocation here that I'm looking at, proposed by Councilmember Path, 100,000 to citizens within the city limits. This talks about the water utility thing, which I talked about because it's only a per year guidance, and my experience with that is the only place we have to really do something within the city. We don't control anything else. And I would suggest we'd have to proportionalize that also. There's also a possibility there that we release the application. In case that doesn't work, we can still do what we have to do if this water utility bill idea does not fly. We still have this possibility. So Mike, I'm starting in my mind to put some of these questions together. I'll talk with Darren. We'll formulate them so that they're perfected, get them to there. But I would also say that we've got the mechanism in that third slot for the citizens to start the ball rolling until we get definitive answers that say yay or nay.
Quick clarification too. And the other thing about this plan that I think is useful is that it's taking no money out of our current budget. We're trying to just allocate the money that we've got. So therefore, the water utility thing is not going to impact in any way the money that's coming into the water utility as it is. So just as an example, the sales tax, same way. We're not taking away from our actual sales tax revenue. We're providing direct benefit to businesses, et cetera, et cetera. So I just want to make that clarifying point as well.
So I asked about a credit, and Clay says a credit works fine. If you're retroactively trying to put revenue back, that's a problem. So a credit, well, he says he thinks it works fine. It's to be determined, the best of his ability. He's not the final authority on this, and he doesn't claim to be, but that's the initial feeling I got from that. So I think that third part with the water utility is problematic. I talked to him about the fact about having a pool for citizens, separate conversation, and he was fine with that. I think fine with that and being somebody putting in writing is different. Councilmember Case.
I'm just going to lead in for Hillary because I know she's out there somewhere.
Yeah, I don't see a hand.
I
I wish we
would
could.
like to just say that I feel very strongly, as Ms. Labar did in her email to the council,
Yes, she's there.
that city council, city staff, and immediate family are prohibited from applying. Those that are making the funds available, I think it's just appropriate.
So
Those
the
folks
only
would be
qualifier I would say on that would be those people involved with the process. Let's say the guy over at Fleet Maintenance has a wife who has a business downtown. She should certainly be able to. do that.
Absolutely.
So I think you're clear on that. that
Absolutely.
It's just people
I
involved with
agree
the process. And I think we're kind of unanimous on that. I mean, I'm unanimous. I don't know.
Thank you. I'm finished for now.
Thank you.
I'd
Ms.
like-
Labar, we'd love to hear from you. Did you get the scan sent by Suzanne in your email? Thank you.
I have a speaker on, so there may be feedback. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, you're muffled, but
Okay, but you can hear me without feedback?
yeah, you're doing great. Now you're good.
Okay. Yeah, no, thanks, Councilmember Case, for mentioning that. My one primary concern was that council and immediate staff who had any active participation in these applications recuse themselves from any type of monies to be received. And I would like to just say to Councilmember Path, I appreciate the simplicity of his suggestions. I like them very much. The only thing I was thinking while you were talking was I was thinking of people like hairstylists and dog groomers who are also really impacted by, everyone is impacted. So how do you know who to pick or how to choose? I don't have the answer to it, but I think that it's a great starting point for discussion and consideration, and I really do appreciate it. And thank you, Councilmember Case, for mentioning what my biggest concern was the recusal of any of us receiving any of the funds. So thanks.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be determined in the review aspect of this. I'm really very concerned personally that if we don't get some way for these people to apply and then us collectively gather this information pretty quickly, that we're going to fall down. A separate issue we'll talk about is the applications and any changes to those, but I tried to go through all the application sources, including the SBA documents and things, and pulled in all those things, actually working documents that DOLA has approved and all the council inputs. But I think there is some determination on the back end of that, but I think we have some time to work on the review part of it. And I think this is a great proposal. I think there's some things we need to ask questions about. I like the fact that there is a possibility of businesses coming in on the other portion of money. I think my only change to this would be talking about the third allocation to the citizens, that there's citizens who would like to apply who don't have a water utility. I would like to proportionalize that so there is a small pot of money for that too. In other words, we stick with the 2 applications for the different scenarios, but that whole pot of money may go away completely based on what Dole and the Treasury say in 2 weeks. So understanding that, there's nothing set in concrete right now. It's those questions will be answered subsequent to this meeting for the review part of it. More comments? Anybody? Councilmember Neal.
Yeah, Jim, I think it's great. You put a lot of time and thought in it. It sounds like a very simplified process, but unfortunately, it's been thrown at us so quickly. You know, I've just read it as you're talking, and I'm trying to correlate how this document correlates to what the mayor put out, or does this replace this, or is this supposed to be kind of an outline?
No, it doesn't. In fact, I note right in the second allocation that the CVRF application would be used by those applying for that portion of the grant.
Right, but the rules in which the money is allocated, which are embedded in the document that we got about a week ago to look at for the first time, that the council members provided feedback, is very, very different than what I'm seeing here. Yours is a very simplified. This one's got a whole lot of, well, every business could get a different allocation based on their situation. This, it sounds like the objectivity is all based on just sales tax.
So
what they paid.
it is designed to provide us an objective criterion, a purely objective criterion, if at all possible, for every allocation of the money. 1, 2, I did not do it in coordination with the other document. This is my
Okay.
proposal. And then 3, we can adjust the document as necessary. My recommendation is that we adopt this plan with any minor adjustments that we might make, and that we start with that and then adjust the application appropriately if necessary. I still believe, though, because it's my recommendation as I stay in this document, that we move and vote on this plan tonight, and then clarify anything in second reading. It's also my recommendation that we approve the current application, because that will be useful, and then make any adjustments accordingly. I think we can receive the information off the application and still process it in whatever manner we determine with the plan that we come up with. I'm just trying to get an objective criterion in here. I want to take any possibility of anyone being blamed for being inequitable out of this. There certainly will be some criticism of this, I'm sure, because someone's going to perceive an inequity here or there, but they won't be able to say that it was a subjective inequity, and they can only call it an objective inequity in almost every case. And I think that that's best for the people. I think everyone listening to this and who might hear the reporting of this afterwards are going to feel confident that at least we made if we adopt something like this, that we made a serious attempt to not put anyone off to the side, and make sure we get as much out to as many of the most affected people possible.
Okay, and I got that. What I like is that you heeded the guidance of Shannon Anderson and Catherine Perry, where they strongly encouraged us to put objectivity in it and get rid of the objectivity. So I'm all for that, although I don't understand the objective formula yet. Okay. The other piece of advice she gave us is not to race through this process of putting together a plan just to get it out. And I am uncomfortable with, while it's great that you have objectivity and simplicity, although I don't see the objective formula yet. It's not clicking. There are things that I liked in what the mayor sent out that is not quite as simple. It's not a flat thing based on sales tax, because as an example, and I'm getting feedback, because after I got the original document from the mayor, I actually went out to different business owners and discussed what they thought. I gave them a copy, gave them a little bit of time to review it, and then I sat down with them and got feedback. And some of the things that clicked on me, and here's a real simple example. a restaurant. A restaurant versus a retail store, any retail store, a widget is being sold. The restaurants have perishable goods. So to evaluate their losses when they lost all their perishable goods based on the sales tax loss and compare it to a retail store that doesn't have anything perishable. They didn't lose that inventory. They're still going to get the same proportion of sales tax. That, to me, I would like to see some tiering. So there are thoughts about tiering based on need that comes out in the mayor's original draft. I've gotten feedback that hasn't even been laid on the table for us to really talk about. I still like your simplicity, but I go back to the warning, don't race through this. I have made a suggestion privately to the mayor, so I'll make it public. I would recommend we get a work session for us to take a look at the ideas here and any new ideas, because I've got some new ones that aren't in either document that I would like to present. I thought it was great feedback I got from the business owners. And in fact, I got some feedback on one issue with when the applications come in. There's a fear that that information is not going to be completely protected. So is there a way that as an application comes in, and we'd have to agree, and we'd have to find out the city staff has this capability to put some sort of a hiding characteristic. So we don't know who that application is coming from. It just receives a tracking identity. So as it goes through the review process and people make determinations what they should get, what they shouldn't get, it's blind. There's no, because we all have friends, we all have businesses that we have associated. I don't want to make a decision based on, I know this business and I don't know this business. I want to put the Lady of Justice blinder on and make a fair decision blindly, not knowing who it is. And maybe that would get some people that are concerned about not applying because they don't want their name and numbers being accidentally made public. By having some sort of a blinding capability put in place, maybe we could protect them and get some people that are afraid to apply to go ahead and take advantage of a very good program. So again, I would like a work session to go through this in a little bit more detail. I'm a detail-oriented guy. I apologize. It's just my nature. I claim to be an engineer. I am. So I'm not processing some of this as fast as you may.
So let me.
Councilmember Paff.
Thank you. Let me address those issues. First of all, I'm going to provide some criticism of the mayor's document, but no criticism of the mayor. What he has attempted to do in this document is to make it very clear some options that are out there, things that can be done, things that he's investigated that DOLA can do. So it was a very useful document in that regard, because the council at the when he wrote that document had made no recommendations at all. So he's going from thin air, just trying to give guidance, and that's useful and it's very helpful. As I was reading through it, in part, is why I came up with this, because, and I think I said the mayor, I meant the city manager. But anyway, so, you know, this is a situation where if we go entirely by that document that you're referencing.
The mayor's or yours?
The mayor's.
Mayor's, okay.
So we're never going to get this done. By the way, surely we should not rush anything. I grant you that that is a potential problem. We're in a rush because this has to be done by October or the money goes back. And if we begin a process of running through and trying to figure out and discuss every little option that's out there, we will not get this done in time, period. So what would have been intended if we took that path to avoid rushing will actually cause us to move too slowly, one. Two, I understand that you're seeing it for the first time, and I get that. But I believe that, as I've laid it out here, these calculations are very simple. The only lack of simplicity is that the sales tax portion of it, just have to go through a calculation, and the Councilmember Case mentioned this too. Just got to go through a calculation. It's can be done and figured out. We can, have the city staff do that. They've got all the numbers right there. And so that, I believe, is very simple. It's just a matter of determining what that percentage is so that everyone gets the same percent of their sales tax. As to the application itself, we can determine whether or not we want to do the application. I think it can be useful. I agree that people are going to be concerned about whether their information is held in confidence, but we have precedent with that in the city. Sales tax is held in confidence. It's not something that is public information. So we hold this type of information in confidence. I think the only added thing to that is when the application is put online, that there are concealing factors in terms of the technology of filling out the application. But we have done, and as I recall in the application, we're not asking for highly detailed information on these people. It's mostly about getting the information that they're applying and a few small pieces of criteria to see if they do. So I think, although I agree with the concern that people would have and the fact that some people might not apply, I think if we want to just determine that it's the same amount of money in this second tranche of money for everyone who asks for, or for everyone who is a currently licensed business within the city and domiciled in the city, that could take away that problem. To answer the difference between food establishments who have perishable items and those who carry non-perishable items or no stock at all, honestly, for any business that distinguishes between those two things or those three things that I just said, we're not giving them enough money to keep them whole anyway, or even to get them close to whole. So I think the simplicity of doing the sales tax thing, just get some money into people's hands. The money is coming to us. Let's just get it in people's hands. It's not going to be enough. I doubt that there would be, on the sales tax basis, I doubt that there would be a business that would get more than $2,000 out of this. I just can't, I don't know. I don't have all those numbers in front of me, but there's not going to be a lot of money, and most people are going to be getting a few $100. I mean, there's just not much that we can do. So to try to dig into that kind of detail is why I put this, is a problem for me, which is why I put this plan together, because we're not doing enough to make anybody whole or close to whole or to help them survive. There's no amount of money in this plan and with this money that we're going to give to anybody to help them survive unless we subjectively pick winners and losers and decided you're going to survive and you're not. The only kind of money that we could give people is to say we're going to choose some who won't survive and some that will survive. We got bigger issues to address for businesses in our city to help them survive long term than what we can do with this plan alone. So that's why I think this is very straightforward. Certainly, you might need to digest it a little bit, but I think this is simple enough to consider.
So the thing I would mention is that the $300,000 sales tax remittance portion really gets a whole bunch of applications off the board. We don't have to have, there'll be quite a few people who won't have to put in an application. The second part with the 100,000 with the nonprofits and the other businesses that have not qualified under this other program, the sales tax, in other words, will be a lot less, but we have the mechanism with the application already in place. Also with the citizens, we also have the application in place. So the review portion of this still works for that portion where we have an application. You're right, the other is kind of just a formula, and we're done. But I would say that by implementing this, which is it's the first time I've seen it too, this really does simplify things, and I would recommend we do that. But I'm really adamant about getting some applications out, and I want to talk about those briefly And I'll
Mayor, can I weigh in on this
I-
before
I'm-
you
I'm-
start
I'm
for
on-
the
I-
application?
I'm on the mic.
Okay, sorry.
So I want to mention that the application has all kinds of things in here for all kinds of possibilities of review. And it's based on Catherine Perry and Shannon Anderson's input, SBA inputs, and actual working applications that are approved by DOLA and the state already. And so I tried to get all the information. This is not my application. It's 90% off of approved applications. I put 10% into it. If I put in 3% and the rest of you put in the rest. But I wanted to make sure that we had an application that we could go out immediately for all the possibilities of review that may come up in now what I would call the second portion if council wants to go this way. I like the simplistic parts of this. I really do. I've talked about the water part of it for a long time. I'm having trouble reading that in, but Clay Brown, we're going to find out on that. But so we've got applications we can put out that have all kinds of questions in that answer every kind of permutation on a review basis. The point that Councilmember Neal talks about, the privacy, I think that's easily addressed. The finance department has all kinds of confidential working documents that they deal with all the time. We're doing this in the finance department with actually registered employees. So they're under strict guidance from our city manager. I don't think that's going to be a problem. We can work on that. It's not something that I'm going to see or the public's going to see. I think
After
you were
Mr. Zuluaga, could we ask, there are some business owners in our audience, and maybe they would be willing to give us some feedback on what they're hearing after Councilmember Zuluaga's finished, if you don't mind, before we lose them.
So
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
the only thing I don't want to get into is a committee sort of thing, which we already decided in
No,
a
no,
certain meeting thing.
I'd just like to have some feedback on what they're hearing.
Sure. Councilmember Zuluaga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Councilmember Pfaff, I like the fact of looking at this entire matter simply, because the allocation, the man hours that the city's going to be required to process these applications is a consideration. The blind justice is an issue that you address pretty well in this. Well, actually, I'll say very well, with a few exceptions. I am very much in favor of us recognizing that this is money that isn't going to solve the economic problems that we have in Woodland Park. This is just money that's coming from the federal government to the state that we've negotiated through with the county to have our portion, and as expeditiously as possible at the least amount of cost to the city. We want to get the most amount of this money to the citizens, at least from my opinion. So if I take where I made some notes while you were speaking, in this $300,000, and I get it, the numbers, whether it's 300,000 or 350,000 or 275,000 isn't really the issue right now. But this making whole versus those who are harmed, and if we're basing it on 2019 sales tax, I think there is a value in us contrasting that to the 2020 sales tax, because you're going to be able to quickly determine those that have not been harmed. So you're going to know pretty quickly with the stats we have already from this year, which businesses have moved on. Whether you qualify them as an essential business or not, you're going to find which businesses performed, paid their sales tax. And so I think it's important for us to consider a cross-checking, if you like, in that, so that is, so we're not giving out, by an impartial formula, we're not giving out things that people don't, I'm not going to say don't need, because everybody could certainly need it, but don't really haven't been harmed to the same degree. The stats that you heard about the number of businesses who are hurting, I heard that 650,000 businesses in the state of Colorado, a third of them are either closed or very seriously will not be able to reopen. So if you look at that as a, and I'm not saying that's totally accurate, but if that is a working number, then I would look at the businesses and say, okay, just like some of my neighbors said, hey, no problem. I was an essential service, didn't hurt me. And I just, you know, I just kept moving. Other people have said, yeah, you know, mess with me for a month or so, but I'm good. So when you look at this apportioning of this money to all individuals who have a water bill, I'm not totally opposed to it, but I do know that some people are like, I don't need that $28 or whatever that number's going to be. But there's somebody else who could really use $60 in where their situation is. So if you got to look at this whole proportion of how much of the community has really been impacted by those of us who have been able to work it out and are okay, I'd like some degree of subjectivity in there to accommodate that, because everything can't be worked out by a formula in my assessment of this. So there's those parts. And then there's, of course, retail, but also if you're in entertainment, you're messed up. You're seriously messed up if you're in entertainment. So down the bottom, you talk about any businesses who provide grocery services. I don't know that that's the only not eligible, because I think I heard that one of the reasons that they made alcoholic, what do you call them, liquor stores, essential services, because they said something like, if they didn't, 20% or some number like that of our population are alcoholics, are functional alcoholics. So if they hadn't made it an essential service, they would have had a social services problem without having that as an essential service. So anyway, not getting into the weeds on that, the goal for me would be, and I know when we did this whole agreement with Teller County, the city of Woodland Park had some existing costs. COVID costs the city of Woodland Park, was it 80,000, something like that, is an amount that our costs that the city rightfully can recover from these $675,000. So if we're able to eliminate a large portion of this administrative cost, that increases from that allocate of 175 reimbursement to the city, that increases the capacity of money that can go back to the citizens and to the businesses. So that could certainly change some of these numbers here. So if you can electronically figure out what Rusty's suggesting in terms of having blind justice, that would be great, at least through some portion of it. And then when it came down to the requirements of it, you would have to cross-check the sales tax record, I think, with 2020 to make sure that you didn't get someone slipped through from that regard. So I think there'd still be some auditing that would be required once the qualifications are done to the name. Now,
that's why we have this review process. We also already are requiring P&Ls and financial statements. So we're already requiring it in the application process for the application people.
And
well,
maybe
some of that, but
a second phase,
yeah,
based more on application.
Well, yeah, correct. What I hear Councilman Paff say on here is we're trying to eliminate as much of the application process as possible. And I really like that. But now it comes to and as I heard Councilman Neal clearly say is like, well, what says on the application is, and I helped the mayor with some of that streamlining of that information on there. And I realized he's pulled from, and I think it was in conjunction with the city manager, but there are a number of cities around the state who have developed plans, proposals, criteria, and all that sort of thing. And they have a larger budget than we do and have distilled a lot of this stuff. So from the, dare I say, the bureaucratic process, the mayor's really streamlined that application to be the best of what we found around the state. Would that be a fair comment, Mayor?
Yeah, and plus from the official SBA things and things like
the
that.
criteria of DOLA, SBA.
The ones that have been approved and are working and are being reimbursed already.
Right. So now the question comes in when you, if we tonight vote, and I would like very much to do that. And Rusty, if you've got some more of these ideas you're talking about, I mean, please lay them on the table now. Let's, because I'm not really in favor of us taking this and doing a work session with it. I'd like us to get some conceptual agreements and then we can refine them down the road. But so if you've got more ideas, I certainly want to hear them because the ones you've given have been fabulous. So now we go to the issue of the documents that the mayor has already prepared for the application. Some of the criteria on there counteract the simplicity of your form. So how we're going to address that, I haven't quite got clear in my own mind.
I think I mentioned that there's a limited section of this who would be applying using that form.
So you're saying that those, well, that's right. No, I totally understand that.
That are not sales tax remitting.
Okay, I understand that. Right. So then they have a whole different set of requirements, requires financials and all that sort of stuff, and then that's where it becomes labor intensive, or more labor intensive.
Yes, but that's just part of the process. That's how you, what do you do when you apply for a loan, you know, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
So, or a grant.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, a grant's 100 pages of stuff. So it gives an alternative, for a mechanism for people who are eliminated out of this first category. And what the applications have, which are gleaned from all these sources, I don't want to continue to be a mantra on that, are all the possibilities for qualifying. And we have a draft of a review part. What I would like to talk about tonight are two things. I'm really adamant that I'm looking at this proposal of Councilmember Paff, and I see where we have a very simplistic, we've able to simplify and take a whole bunch of applications off the board, basically. And I think that's terrific. I think that's perfect. But we do have a mechanism for all the other people who do not qualify in this situation, both for the other businesses and tentatively for citizens. So we've got an application process for all of those people. And once again, I want to remind you that we haven't determined whether we can do all this stuff, but we will. We will get the final answers within 2 weeks for the review part of it. I am very worried that if we don't put an application out, and this is all inclusive application for both of these, that we will run out of time and we won't have our full processing time, and people won't have enough time to put applications in for either of these two aspects. It could be those applications apply to the whole fine. It could be for the whole fund, not just this proposal. And we don't have that answer at this point. So I want us to really think hard about this proposal, but I first of all want us to think about putting an application out there on a consensus basis, and we can talk about the details in the applications this week or that week, although they've been on your desk for 3 weeks. I would say that it's a matter of urgency in my mind to get this out there, that mechanism to start the process. The review process can happen all that 30 days we've got, including finding out the actual answer to this, finding out the actual review criteria, and hashing all that out in work sessions or whatever. But I think there's some things that we ought to think about getting out there tonight if we want to move forward on this draft proposal here. For this is, by the way, this is review. There's application, and there's review, and there's distribution. So there's various phases of this that we need to look at. Councilmember Neal, you're up.
Now, you've heard me say this a couple times right up here on the dais. It's Occam's razor. The simplest solution tends to be the best solution, given all other variables are equal. That qualifier is what makes me very uncomfortable with the solution being presented. The variables are not equal. One business is not the same as another business, and allocating it based on sales tax contributions is how I understand the formula to be. A flat, simple formula does not solve the problem of a business that has suffered greatly because they're a type of business, like I gave the example. A restaurant suffers far more than a retail store that has non-perishable goods that they're selling. They didn't lose anything. I think going too simple is wrong. I think we need to debate or discuss some of the details in the mayor's plan. I am not against the application going out, starting the process if there's a mechanism that eventually we can protect the identity. So eventually when we get into the review process, it's a blind review. And we haven't even discussed who's going to be reviewing it.
Yeah, we have. We've discussed that already.
Who's going to review
It's
it?
a staff person. Council's not going to be reviewing the application.
Well, we haven't voted on that.
I mean,
That was
what
suggested.
That's what's been suggested.
It has
yes.
been suggested. We haven't discussed it.
We're getting into what we talked about in an executive session, so.
Correct. So it's been suggested on how to do it, but there's been no further debate. It was just an idea that was thrown out there. So I would like a work session to discuss further this part of it versus just the application. I may be overruled, but I'm simply requesting a work session because I don't think it's correct that a retailer is the same as the theater, as the same as a restaurant. They are different. They're suffering differently.
I would welcome you to take a look at the review form, which is a one-pager, and it has some of that in that. And I agree with you. There's some room to work on the review and scale those. The first question is scale 1 to 5 for industry. And I think I agree with you. I think we as council, after we start on this review process. So there's application review and distribution.
Correct.
Right. And so the review, we've sort of put it in here. And I think we've got time. What I'm saying is we've got more time it's not in the application, it's in the application review. It's the third document. Those are applications. This is a review.
Right. It's not in this document. It's not in this. What you're talking about it's in the application. I understand. But how that application is used is in this, and that needs to be debated
No, it's in here.
partially.
Well, it's intended to be in here.
Mr. Mayor.
So
Jason, you were trying to-
I agree with it. We can.
I've made my
work
point.
with it.
I will be quiet. I've made my point.
Councilmember Pat.
Yes. First of all, Councilmember Neal, Occam's razor does apply. If based upon your analysis of the thing, the simplest solution is the best, all other factors being equal, to apply your solution to it would require a multifaceted, complicated system to determine. Because it's not just restaurants, it would be other types of businesses too, would have the same concerns for different reasons, and there's no way to do that. Here's what factor is equal for everybody. Nobody will receive enough money from this allocation to make themselves whole, or either to get them to a place of health in almost every instance. You will at best give a business or two, and some small number of businesses, you will at best give them a month to try to get things reorganized and going forward, assuming we don't close down further in this state. So all things are equal. What is equal here for everybody is that this is not enough to make them whole or get them into a healthy financial situation if they were harmed. So, and the only solution to what you recommend is more complication, thereby leaving any simplicity. We don't have a lot of options here. We've got a time limitation. We've got requirements that DOLA would have, which I think we've mostly addressed. And we have a limited amount of money that can be given to other people. I'm with all the concerns on the application. I'm fine with moving forward with it because I think the mayor makes some good points about it, gets us down the path of gathering the information that we need as we work through this. I believe and will propose that this plan that I have proposed meets almost every criterion we have in dealing with this situation in a way that is not only simple, but equitable for everyone. There's no way to make up the difference. I mean, for example, a grocery store and a retail clothing store. In my estimation, and I've talked with some of these types of business owners, what a food store loses in their perishables is not a whole lot different than the massive loss of traffic that a retail establishment which sells clothing has had. Food is even with this perishability issue that you bring up, food is a necessity for people, and they may or may not choose to go beyond the mere necessity to the luxury of going to a restaurant. But at the same time, those same people making those decisions under the circumstances we just came out of in a severe lockdown of this economically of this state, those people are also not making determinations of going to a retail brick and mortar clothing store. If they're buying any of that stuff at all, they're going to Amazon under those circumstances. So that is, in my opinion, quite a similar issue to the perishability issue. I think, by the way, I don't think we need a work group to get this done. Now, we can modify what I've suggested. I get that. And I'm not the only one that has a vote here. But if we're going to go into a work session and try to deal with all these factors that are in that document that you referred to, we're never going to come to a conclusion. And I can tell you that there's almost nothing on that document that I'll personally support. And I think that I think that there would be some degree of consensus on this council that a lot of those items wouldn't be appropriate for us to do. And I certainly am going to vociferously argue against the implementation of welfare programs on a temporary or permanent basis in this city. And that is not healthy. I think we've gotten, again, I understand some people have had questions. I think they've been fair ones on this particular plan, but we can make a slight modification. We've got to move on something as quickly as possible.
Mr. Mayor, point of protocol. We're 15 minutes over our bladder break, and honestly, we do have to make some decisions here, and maybe it's a great time for that. But we do have two guests with us, one which is fixing to leave, who wanted to weigh in, and I think in if you are willing to open to any comments, maybe we have both of them weigh in, and then we take our break. Just a suggestion.
I don't have anybody signed up for this agenda item, but I would, if there's people who would like to speak, it looks like my good friend Mary Jo Larson would like to speak.
Three.
And if you wouldn't mind telling us all who you are, because we've never seen you before. Yeah.
Mary Jo Larson at 200 West Midland Avenue. And I would like to say, as a business owner, I really like Jim Pass' presentation. As a business person, it makes sense. It's direct to the point. I can understand it. Any money that we can get in circulation is good for all of us. You can't split hairs in 2 months and with that little amount of money. I think that that would sell well to the public, and I would like to see that happen. And because I'm leaving, I'm going to say one more thing about the vendor fee. If there was ever a time the business needed a reimbursement on the vendor fee and the business license, it's now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Did I see another hand raised? Vicki Alexander, I saw yours, and then Barbara Roy, you'll be next. Thanks. Or whoever you people are. Identify yourselves. And
Vicki Alexander, 1360 Crestview Way. I'm not a business owner, but I've been in business for years and worked for other people. And I can tell you there's several things. We started out this meeting with the fact that Neil Levy said there was division in this town, okay? And there is. So first of all, we need to recognize that. If we do not come up with a fair and objective way of doing this, then you will continue the division and you'll make it worse. I think Councilman's path is right on. It is objective. eliminates any subjectivity. You are never going to please everybody. And you have wasted time, even tonight, in trying to make a decision that could be made now. And you've got to get this money into the hands of the businesses. You've still got a small amount of money that you can use, and you've got some discretion, okay? But you've got to be fair to everybody. And everybody has something that they've lost. I'm a landowner, okay? I have tenants. I've been very fortunate, but I know there's other landlords out there that have not been. And we haven't even discussed any of that, okay? So, you know, you can give all the mortgage relief you want, but you're still gonna have to pay that mortgage at some point. So I'm bringing that up because you've got to be fair. And I agree with what was said before, that this is the most easiest, objective way to do it and takes the least administrative heartache.
Thank you. Ms. Roy.
Barbara Roy, 100 Shining Mountain Lane, Woodland Park. So I own my own business inside Shining Mountain Golf Course. I own the Panther Den. It's a retail establishment. I think Councilman Paff is right on as well. My only concern with the consideration of sales tax is just my business, for example. My biggest economic impact was the fact that our kids quit playing sports. We're not allowed to play sports and still can't. A huge portion of my business is hockey apparel, and a huge portion of my business is uniforms and things printed for high school sports. So I've lost all of that over this entire thing. I've lost all the skate sharpening, which is a non-taxable service. I've lost all of the printing and everything for all of these different sports. We have no volleyball. I had all the accounts for the new volleyball uniforms. Baseball at the end of the year, I lost out on all of the printing for their warm-up uniform stuff. So that's my only request in this consideration with the sales taxes. Please look at the business itself. Yes, I do a service and sell things for sales tax, but the greatest portion of my business and the most passionate portion of my business, the reason I opened it was to support the kids and the families here in Woodland Park, the families who couldn't afford to get on Amazon and buy a $50 hoodie for all 3 sports that their kid plays, because we just don't have a lot of kids up here and they're multi-sport athletes. That was my heart for opening my business, was to support these kids. And through this COVID, I've lost all of that, and our kids lost all of that. So that's my only consideration, but I do have faith that this council has the city's business's best interest at heart. And I know that you're all fighting for us, and I just want to say thank you for that, and that we do appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. And I'm going to get Councilmember LeVar.
Elijah Murphy, 204 West Midland Avenue, Woodland Park, Colorado. I appreciate the thoughts about the restaurants and everything. Personally, my business lost about $3,000 in perishables. Okay. But as opposed to allowing that to be a loss, I gave it to my employees in the hopes that it would help them survive a little bit. What's coming down now is I'm having employees call me back asking me if there's any way I can get them back. Unfortunately, the continued push of the pandemic is not doing anybody any favors. About 35% of the people are going out that would have normally gone out previously. And I'm at 52% of sales from last year's business, okay, in the 8th month of business this year. So trying to sit down and figure out how much 30 restaurants lost might take an extreme amount of time. Me personally, I don't even know if I'm going to apply for this. I'm sitting there, I'm down 48% of my sales are down. I lost 250,000 in sales just over the 8-week period. And I am approximately, of course, part of that might be forgiven in the PPP, but until it is, I am over $200,000 further in debt than I was. So the entirety of that amount of money would not bail me out. personally, on my own business, okay? And we have 700 some businesses. I would recommend the expedience of getting it out there for the businesses who could really use it and need it would probably be the best bet. Because sitting there and trying to juggle everybody's books of 700, how many 700 odd businesses in this town? Yeah, it might take a hot minute. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna ask Mayor Pro Tem Labar if she has something short to say. If she doesn't, then we could get to her first thing after. Hillary, you still out there? Thank you.
I don't have anything to add at this time. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break at this point and come back, and I'm going to come back to Mayor Pro Tem and others, and I'll see you in 10 minutes. Thank you. Check, check, check. Very good. We're reconvening, and I'm going to have Tanner Coy come up, please, or whoever he is. He will tell us.
Sometimes I wonder. Tanner Coy, 240 East Highway 24.
Need the mic on.
It's on to speak into it.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak, Mr. Mayor. I do not envy you guys. This is one of the most challenging things I've seen you deal with just because of the principles involved. Doling out taxpayer money and choosing who to give it to and how to do it. My hat is off to each of you for how you've addressed it. I can see the work and the sincerity and how you're trying to do it right. And to me, as a business person, that means an awful lot. I'm very grateful and thank you. That said, it very much seems to me like a challenge that there is no perfect solution to. There is no way to get this absolutely right. No matter what you do, there will be inequities, as was said. It's clear. And so in this case, perhaps perfection is the enemy of the good. And I do think Mr. Path's suggestion is very good. It removes an awful lot of the subjectivity, not all of it. And if I understand it correctly, it does not close the door on any business. There are still sums of money allocated to any who might apply that didn't qualify under the sales tax remittance part or whatever. So if you need to hone it. I encourage you to move forward with it. It seems like a long road to hoe with this one, and he has you halfway down it already. So I would also say it was something I haven't really heard yet with this discussion that comes to my mind is with the inequities that result, those folks who receive money that maybe didn't need it and those who didn't get enough who really needed more, if you trust in your citizens and know that that money will circulate, it will move. Every business here, every nonprofit, every resident is a potential customer of another business or neighbor of a person in need, and that money will move around. So those who get it that don't need it may help it find its way to where it's most useful. Trust in the people. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Mayor Pro Tem Labar again because we were trying to shorten her time. If she has anything she wants to pitch in right now, I'll go to the next phase.
I do not have anything to add at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Neal, you have your hand.
Yeah, I appreciate all of the comments that were made, and I'm listening to them, but I'm also trying to represent the businesses that I have spoken to, and that's why I'm adamant and fighting for them. And why I'm a little irritated getting this thrown at me, because we've had a chance to have it presented to us prior to this council meeting where we would have had time to digest and analyze it and think through it. But just a point that the citizens need to know, because what they don't have is a document that has been provided for discussions later tonight. Out of the total businesses, 74.01% make less than $49,999. So basically 74.01% of the businesses are going to get the least amount of money. So most of you are getting very little. The 25.99% are eligible for more money because they're the wealthiest or the most revenue generating. So they get more of the pie. I don't think that is fair, and why I'm arguing against it. And the second thing is, when you look at what has been suggested, our restaurants are ineligible because they are critical and essential businesses by the state of Colorado. So we need a work session to talk through these things. There is too much at stake for too many businesses to simply say, approve it, no work session, we'll resolve it through emails. We need to sit down and talk to each other. We heard somebody testify that we're fighting each other. Yes, we are, because we can't talk. We never have work sessions where we can just discuss it, because I believe smart people, we will find an appropriate solution. But because we're sitting in front of a camera and everybody's on a clock trying to get through this, we're trying to find this simple solution, which is, in my opinion, not going to go over well with many businesses. And as Mr. Coy said, I think we do need to hone it. We need to hone it through a work session. That's all I'm asking for. Let's hone this. I'm not trying to stop it. I want to hone it. Send the application out. Let's hone these thoughts and make it better. I'm not looking for perfection. I'm not. I'm a realist. I know the clock. But I also know if we can't come to a resolution, the money simply goes back to the county, who has another process that the same businesses, same individuals can then apply at the county level if we can't figure this out here. So I'm simply asking to slow down. Thank you.
Councilmember Papp.
First of all, the money goes back to the state, not to the county. It's DOLA distributed, not county distributed. Secondly, we have three options that we can choose from in my plan on who's excluded. So we are not, by definition, excluding restaurants. We have other methods and means by which we can do that. We can take option one and say, except for restaurants, which are included. So there are ways that we can deal with that. But the reality of this situation is that the perfect will become the enemy of the good if we go into work sessions on this. There's not enough time to deal with all the factors. There's not enough time to put it all together. And if we need to do work session work on this, then we can do that if DOLA comes back and says primarily that this plan doesn't work. If they shoot the plan down, then we'll have to go into a work session. That discussion is going to be happening very quickly. As I think the mayor said, next week, there's a question and answer session. We'll know. Also, we can very easily get this, anything that we propose, to Clay, and our regional director for DOLA, and he can vet it very quickly. And if it comes to that, then we can do it. As it is, nobody's going to be made whole with this money. Nobody's business is going to be saved with this money. And, but the money's coming. The council voted to appropriate this money. So we have to recognize that nobody's gonna walk away from this thinking that they got what was good. And if they're right about it in terms of what the government did to all these businesses, everyone should think that they were shorted no matter how much money they got from this money. They were shorted by a government that decided to shut an economy down to deal with the pandemic. We can argue about the efficacy of that one way or the other, but in reality, the government shut down these businesses, told people not to go anywhere, and the total economic disaster when we just had a quarter nationally of 33.9% drop in GDP, a record for this country. And 33% of GDP, folks, for us is that's $6 trillion. $6 trillion.
Mr. Mayor, point of
So-
order, our discussion is about the city's funds and how we get the funds out to the community.
Thank you. I think I want to.
Well, let me finish my statement, and I disagree that it's out of order to state that. We shut down these businesses. It only shows that we shut down these businesses, and the reason of bringing the GDP number in is to show the overall effect of that on everybody. So we don't have enough money to make up a 33% drop in GDP, which is probably a similar number here in this state. So if the perfect will be the enemy of the good, if we don't do just something simple and just get the money out to people, see how it helps them, and then we're going to have to come together after this as a community, because that's where the real relief is going to come, what we do after this.
So the city attorney has had his hand up for a really long time. I appreciate your input.
Sure, and I don't want to get into the discussion of the merits of any proposals. It's not my role. I do want to point out some potential risks and also procedural things, just so you're on the same page. We found out yesterday, I believe it was, or today, that the deadline that we were originally working off of October 1st is actually the end of October. So there's an additional potential 30 days to process things, just so you're aware of what the timeline is. Also, from a procedural point, just to make sure we're on the same page, this isn't an ordinance, so there wouldn't necessarily be a second reading. I don't know exactly what's intended, if it's more geared towards a general motion to direct staff to work and vet these issues to bring back for an official vote. I don't know how that works. I wanted to point out that this isn't necessarily a second reading, so whatever, if you did make a motion saying this is it, and it never comes back, that's the finite reality of what's going on. Also, I know there's been a couple of concerns about the applications in privacy issues, and I wanted to point out that we are subject to CORA, but under CORA there are exceptions to trade secrets for businesses, and I would say for personal information of individuals. So there is some protection there, as far as we wouldn't be releasing a business's profit and loss statement if that's what we had in the process. And I agree with the assumption, if we can redact whoever, depending on how this is administered, if it's handled by a staff person in the finance department and not a committee or a group, which you've pointed out hasn't been decided, redacting from that individual processing it doesn't make sense. But if it does go to a group of people, certainly we can redact it. And there is protections under CORA. The other thing I think has already been touched on, I just want to make sure essential and critical businesses, making sure council understands what that means, because it is a very long list of entities. And so I don't want to get down the road thinking we're doing something that the definitions might be completely different than what you're assuming they mean. I think that's most of it. Oh, and the last piece was I think there's a lot of merit and simplicity. My concern for the council to consider is, in a process standpoint, this is not money that's coming to the city into our bank account that we then dole out to people. This is the city expending city funds out of reserves with the hope and expectation that when we request reimbursement, we get those monies. If it's denied, the monies that have already gone out, council can try to get them back, or that's something that the citizens of Woodland Park have to eat. So my concern with being too simplistic and not requiring documentation is if we get an audit on the $300,000 number, just to throw it out there, and we don't have anything that's pleasing to the state, and I don't know, I haven't vetted this, it's the first time I've looked at it. The risk is that we don't get that reimbursement, or we have to pay it back to the state.
Mr. Mayor.
So I had a conversation with the city manager about that, and I'll address that after Councilmember Paff.
I already raised my hand before.
Quickly, folks, we got to get through this.
Go ahead.
So I think we can very simply move forward with this in consideration of what Councilman Neal's talking about as well. I think we could simply agree that the application part, which does have a timely factor to it, that we move that process along. Let's vote on it. Let's get that part moving forward. And then, and I agree with Councilman Neal that this is the first time I've seen this document too. So the process, the distilling that, and a lot of great ideas have come. I think how we get to the end here, if we've got an extra 30 days, we've got time, and we still have 2 weeks before you go back to DOLA and get some more refined pieces here. So I think we can have a win-win and move on here by simply getting the documentation approved. And the proposal that's on our table today from Councilman Paff is a work in progress that we refine on and continue to take under further discussion. But we have more time to do that. So I would just propose, I don't know if it's all right, appropriate to make a motion.
No, I'm gonna do some other things first.
Okay, good.
I totally agree with you.
Okay.
So,
Mayor,
I'm going to take the floor for a change. We have in front of us, October 30th was my original thought with the timeline. So October 30th was what I had in my mind anyway. So I still stand on my urgency plea with that. One of the things that the city manager reminded me is why we went through this application process is because we don't know that alternative things, and at the time, the only thing I had up was the water utility thing. This whole proposition, I like a whole bunch better, all-inclusive, but we went ahead with the application because that will get us down the road where we can actually evaluate and review things. And so reminding, we've got an application, we've got a review and disbursement situation. This proposal is in the review category. I want to go through the application to fine tune that and get it out like tonight or whenever, as soon as we can. Because there are some decision points in here that I highlighted in here that we need to talk about, that they're just numbers and things like that I picked off. There's a lot of things that have to be put in here, like where's the hyperlink and things like that. That'll be determined. But just looking at the business relief program on page 1 and throughout, it talks about $5,000. Okay, we had a different number in there before, but thinking about it, 5,000 seemed like a pretty good number. I also put in a clause in here that if that's not insufficient, make a second application. I can't remember which page that's on, but make a second application and a subsequent application to be considered later also. So that's one thing. The 5,000 is one thing to be looked at. The application itself, I didn't hear any comments back about the format. Like I said, the application has everything that a decision maker is going to need in the case of we don't have this situation here, which is the $100,000 for sure. It might be the whole 400, might actually be the whole 500,000, frankly. We don't know at this point. But all the information in here is pretty well stated. I would like to talk about the two applications. The individual application is very simple. It's very basic information. The small business application, like I say, has some parameters. If $5,000 is not a good number, I would welcome council's advice on that. It's just a picking it out of the air sort of number. But I would really like to move on these applications and then talk about the review piece next, if you will. Does anybody have any, Councilmember Case?
I just would like to point out, and I agree with Clay Brown, specificity is important so that we're not vague or even more subjective. And I like the idea of either being more specific on identifying what other impacts might be or remove the classification of other, if you will. Because that really lends itself to subjectivity if you follow where my mind is going. Other than that, I think it's a useful tool and covers what needs to be covered from what I've read and looked at. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So that's on the Resident Relief Fund application. It talks about other related bills, but other related bills, it's a whole sentence which states any of the following types of COVID-related assistance, including other related bills of this nature. So my problem in having an absolute determination on that particular part, we have some sense of the business impacts. I don't know that we know all of the relative resident impacts, frankly. And by the way, that would be obviously subjective, but everybody's got to prove that it's a COVID-related thing, whatever that thing is.
Okay.
And that's why I would argue to leave that part in. I understand. I absolutely understand. Where am I looking? Yeah, there it is. So I would make, and you know, I'm not going to follow my sword or anything over it, but I think we need the reviewers need some flexibility there that may require further delineation, but I don't have the confidence to know that these four things that we've listed is everything out there.
Well, and maybe the review process might capture that.
Well, and that's really the intent.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I hear you.
remember, this is a cover page to an application, not the review kind of thing.
I'm with you.
And on the review part, which is someplace in here, is some subjectivity. I think the review part is something that for both of these that we need to drill down on some more.
Okay.
But I'm interested in getting the applications out very quickly. So I'm focusing on that for this portion of the meeting, and
I hear you.
then we'll go on to the proposal for Councilmember Path. Any other comments on the application, whether 5,000 is the starting point or not?
Yeah.
Councilmember Zuluaga.
Yeah, those are the two numbers, the 5,000 on the business relief and the 500 on
500, correct.
on the
Right.
personal relief. Well, when you take those numbers and you contrast that to the simplicity numbers that crunch out on Councilman Path's program, they're not even close. Like a business might get $200-300 maybe, I think is what kind of rough estimates were, versus a 5,000 here. So what's realistic, and do we have a disqual? I just forget because it's been a while since I looked at this. Do we have a disqualifier on here if things change, however they change, that some of this application process is subject to modification? So if we say yes, I guess is what I'm saying. We say yes on this, we release it, and folks start applying for this. If it looks like it's 5,000 for a start, we determine, well, the max is going to be 1,000. And
Yeah, it will be proportional.
It'll all be
There's
proportional.
There's no way that everybody's going to get a 5,000. Maybe somebody had a $200,000 loss and they might get the 5,000. I can't even imagine who that is, but it will absolutely be a common sense exercise in proportionalizing. That's my.
So if we have a consensus on those two numbers, there's nothing on here that I want to change except for the details needed for the website and the phone number and all that stuff.
Just a thought, maybe. Yep. For the application, do we need to have a maximum or a limit on, or a number on there? Maybe the review process is where we establish that limitation. I don't know. I'm not asking the question of all our minds.
Yeah, I mean, they're wags anyway.
Sure.
So,
Well, you got a business going to say, how much time and effort am I going to put into this process? And, you know, and if it turns out it's for $50,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? So you want to have some sort of marker there to give them an expectation, I would think.
so I put 5,000 with the possibility that somebody could come back with a subsequent application and things like that, because we'll just be rolling in money. Said sarcastically, but if nobody sees anything other than those, or you'd like to change those, I mean, I'm, you know, 90, as I said, over 90% of this is not mine, and maybe 3% is. I'm not married to this at all, but I'm married to getting it out there.
I'm good with it. I guess the number, based on what they put in their application, may modify that. I'm not the reviewer. But I think if we set up the review criteria, that gives them some tools to work with.
So we do have some draft of those, but I want to just really focus on the application.
I'm good.
Anybody else on the application?
I'm ready to make a motion. Okay, so I make a motion that we approve the application for distribution. We have City Council put in the necessary details of where the web. I'm getting there. Both the Business Relief Fund and the Personal Relief Fund, and that the necessary changes be put in there so that it is effective, that the citizens can then begin the process. And I don't know if you want to make the same motion, but it would be to take the additional proposals and continue to work on those and refine those, but not let that hold up getting this applications out.
Let's separate the issues at this point.
Okay, so then my motion is on the approval of the two applications as they are with the refining of the details. And we vote on that a yes or no right now.
There was City Manager, please.
My apologies. One of the other TBDs on here for you was number of employees.
Oh, yes, you're right.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I had it actually underlined and marked. And I didn't get to that point. So yes.
So if I could, from
That's
a process standpoint, are you okay withdrawing your motion at this point so you can address this issue?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if I can before, can you tell us from a city standpoint, what is that number? What's a reasonable number of employees given?
It's really a hard one to I mean, I think the proposed one at this point seems reasonable by Mayor Carr. He has 21 on there right now, but it's really hard to figure that out. We don't keep that data at the city.
So you're saying we're making a subjective number?
Okay. Yeah.
It's not me. I guess
It's not me that made the recommendation.
If I could make a suggestion.
Not in a malignant manner, by the way.
If I could make a suggestion, because you're absolutely right. A lot of this information is just information we don't have. And so something perhaps council to consider as you're looking at how these funds will be divvy up and how they're allocated, et cetera. As we get these applications and the information back, perhaps we can provide you those information so you can see what the requests are. Not necessarily the individual applications, but the aggregated data. We can tell you there's X number of businesses that have X number of employees, so you can kind of gauge what this information is rather than pulling something out of a hat at this point.
Okay.
Same thing with the need as far as the cap goes. How much interest is there? How much do we anticipate the number of businesses being that we're going to be looking at allocating this money to, so that council can then create some of those parameters just a consideration. I don't think we want to kick this down the road indefinitely, but perhaps that information might be helpful in your.
So I was
decision
under the
making.
impression we we're going to get that information tonight. So that's too bad. Anyway.
But maybe that's going to come out of the application process. So we
I-
see what our demographics look like. And then we can use that information to determine that instead of picking it out of the air. But it sounds similar to me, Val, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, that it sounds similar to the Community Investment Fund and how you
Correct.
guys did that.
Correct.
We got the data and then we saw how much money we have available, and then you guys used that to allocate
Right.
what was available based on those applicants. So it sounds like a similar process.
It
The
is.
CIF.
Yeah, that was my imagination.
Yeah.
Of course, I sat on it for many years.
Makes sense to me.
So 21 could be 100. To
No.
Councilmember Neal's point, it was an effort to get the smaller businesses who really are
Yeah.
going to die. That was what the pulling it out of your hat, right? Hat was what you said. Number came from.
Sure.
But it's exactly that. If you want to make that 100, if you want to just strike it all together.
Ultimately, Mayor, if you can't, I mean, ultimately, you're just trying to find out whether or not a business was impacted by COVID-19. As we know, and as Councilmember Paff has discussed, I think the thought is that some, like the grocery stores and some, we know for a fact that they've done pretty well. Some, at least most of them, not all of them, and their employee numbers are much higher than that. And so I think I think there's just trying to be some kind of delineation on, like, who was impacted and who wasn't. Really, that's the thought, and it's really hard because we just don't keep that data.
Yeah.
So just from a.
So I'm open to
So we
whatever.
could just leave that, take
But
the number
less
out
than
and,
question mark numbers.
yes.
Or strike it or something.
Yeah, and just let them apply and disclose what the number of employees they have.
So
And
let's,
that data can be brought back to us.
so then I would strike the part of that to be eligible, blah, 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 21 employees. We'll strike that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. And there's another place 21's mentioned.
One was 20 and one
You'll
was
take care of
21.
it.
Yeah, 20 or less.
20
Well-
or less was one, and the other one's 21.
Well, no, not in the newest version.
Oh.
You got. It's all, we took care of those.
You guys will clean that up, so Mr. Zuluaga's motion is still.
So we're striking that. I'll get that fixed. By the way, this is a form fill-in form. So on the web, it'll show up as a Word form fill-in. I'll make those changes and get them to the staff as
Thank
soon
you,
as
Mayor.
possible. If it's approved.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Zuluaga.
All right, so I have,
Mr. Tangeman.
I'm sorry, my apologies. I just want to make some administrative comments real quick in the document, just so that we're okay with making some changes. One of the comments that was made after review: applicants must be a resident of. In the document you have it for 1 year, Mayor Carr. And there's another point: do we want to include that on page 1 of 5 in our first page on the resident relief fund, that they were a resident of Woodland Park for 1 year? That was one comment that was made, because you have it's in the document later on. And it could be struck. I mean, if you could prove that you're a resident, I guess, but the point was, it was brought up as one. It's in the resident relief fund application review process that you've been a resident for 1 year as well. So there's two things that we would need to look at. We're only talking about the applications now, but just the point that to consider.
So in the application, it's, can you give me a reference?
Page 1 of 5, I'm sorry, let me look. Below it says.
1 of 5. Oh, in the residence?
Yeah.
So residence, okay.
Yeah, residents.
Maybe they need to have been a resident on that
For 1
date
year.
that we use in March.
During the time that they would have been,
Yeah.
be impacted by the city, that have lived in the city
I mean,
during the impact.
If they
of
were
COVID.
resident as of the date that the orders were issued, we use that criteria
Yeah.
for other things.
I can fill that in if you want to use the date of
Does
the
that
public
make
health order
sense?
here. I think it was March 17th. I can try to, I can get
Yeah,
clarity on it.
Well, I have it several places.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
I'm not seeing that 1 year on
Not
my
either.
document.
That's what I'm struggling with.
Page 1 of 5, I'm not seeing it on my document. Maybe I'm missing something.
Robert, I think we may be looking at older versions.
No, I'm
I
looking at
think it's
the
in the
packet.
comments, not in, it was a suggestion to make sure we understand if there's going to be a residency requirement for a certain time. It's not in the application. It was just one of the suggestions made. Does that clarify?
It's not an application.
I think that, I'll just throw my 2
So-
cents in. I think that would be a lot more for staff to have to manage and verify.
Yeah.
Ultimately, I'll throw that out. If somebody lies on this application, we find out about it, that's a
Oh, I see. It's
criminal
on
issue.
page 4 of 5.
Oh, it's on page 4 or 5? Oh.
Okay, so I knew it was there somewhere.
Yeah, it's on page 4 of 5.
Correct. Yes.
So you would suggest that be changed to
Which,
Date of the public health order?
happen business resident as of, so instead of for more than a year, I'll strike that.
on March 17th.
Jason's recommending, he said it might be difficult to manage that, but
I mean, I think you can ask the question and
Just
have
say
somebody
period.
affirm,
just ask.
but I'm not suggesting that we
Verify.
ask for a contract for their mortgage and all that things.
Yeah. So
Why don't you
these are
just put a period after
certifications.
Woodland Park? Why don't you just say applicant must be a resident of Woodland Park, period? Don't complicate it.
Applicant has been resident of Woodland Park as of March 10th. I think that there's various March 10th, there's March 20th, there's March 17th. They all ought to be the same date, right?
So you can direct, if you want to direct staff, we can just get that date. That's the date that the emergency order was established. I think that's what on your
I've
hit
got
on.
it in my stuff, so
Yeah.
I'll just make sure. I don't know why they're different because that is one part that so I've struck that. So with that in mind, anything else?
Nope.
Okay, with that in mind,
All right, with that in mind, so the motion, I think to simplify it, is that my motion is that we approve the CVRF application for business relief and the CVRF application for resident relief with the discussed changes and the effort to keep the information confidential so that it is keep that information confidential so that it is a blind assessment. When it comes to distribution, before distribution, that can be examined.
I'll second that motion.
Suzanne,
I'm sorry, who seconded that? Okay, thank you. Path,
Yes.
Zulawaga,
Yes.
Carr,
yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Neal.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We'll get these changes. I'll send the changes on to staff tomorrow morning and we can get them online tomorrow, hopefully. But that's not my job, so.
Thank you.
So then do we need a second motion on the other paperwork here, or are we just going to move
So
that?
yes, now we're going to go to the proposal for Councilmember Paff. I suggested that there's some unknowns here, but we will take the 30 days to fine tune those. And I'm interested in a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the proposal as stated with this minor adjustment, that the exclusions for the allocation of sales taxes follow my proposed definition 1, but not to include restaurants. Or to include restaurants and not to exclude them.
Can I repeat that back to make sure I have it?
Yes, I'm going to ask the city attorney to give us the exact legal translation of that. Do you have this in front of you, by the way?
Yeah, so
Okay.
as I understand your motion, it's a motion to approve it as is with the change that any business defined as essential or critical by the state of Colorado, with the exception of restaurants.
Correct.
Thank you.
Got it.
Do we have second? I'll second it. I don't know.
Okay.
Do we? Yeah. Suzanne, thank you.
Zulawaga,
No.
Carr,
Yes.
Case,
No.
Labar,
Yes.
Neal,
No.
Path.
Yes.
We have a tie, sir.
Okay.
I'm not opposed to us moving forward with this. I just want to say, I'm not opposed to it at all.
You just said you were opposed to it.
I'm opposed to the way the motion was made. I'm not
Correct.
opposed to, you know.
Agreed.
I'm not
You want to offer another motion?
Yeah. Rusty, I'd welcome you to do that, and I want
Well,
to hear if
we
that's.
need to
equivalent.
suspend the tie thing again, once again.
Yeah.
We need to do that first. If we're gonna
Just to
proceed.
clarify for the record, if you want to continue the discussion on this issue, if you could, please do that. Thank you.
Is 329, we're suspending three. I make a motion, we suspend 329, resolution 329, involving a tie vote.
I'll second that.
Suzanne?
Carr,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Neal,
Yes.
Path,
No.
Zulawaga.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-1.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a comment? I would
Please.
just like to say that I would like to have the proposal vetted for equity with regards to the portion of this that is sales tax and non-sales tax paying folks. I'd like to see that vetted by staff so that I can understand what that looks like. And that's where I'm coming from. I'm not ready to approve as it sits. Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor.
Councilmember Neal.
And Councilmember Paff, the words that you used in your motion that caused me to say no is "as written," which removes the possibility of the honing effort, in my opinion. And I thought we had talked about that we needed to go through a little bit of a honing, which means it can't be as written. So if that's eliminated from it and some form of a honing statement, I can support what you're trying to do. It's just as written. It's not passing the litmus test in my mind.
Well, then I move that we adopt the measure that I have as written, with the exclusionary clause to be the same as clause number 1, but not including restaurants. And that, and as part of this motion, I move as well that that once DOLA has vetted this proposal, that we make adjustments, that we meet again as council to make adjustments accordingly to their recommendation.
Sounds reasonable to me, but that's just me. Does anybody have any comments based on that motion, or do we have a second? I'll second.
I'm still uncomfortable.
Oh, City Attorney, please.
So just an idea to consider, because we have, this is some data that we do have, 2019 sales tax data. Does it make sense to have somebody on staff go through this analysis pretty quickly, as quickly as we can, provide to council if this proposal is as written, what that means? How many businesses are we talking? What does the distribution look like, so that council has an idea of what it is?
I would like to maintain my motion that's laid on the table with due consideration to the recommendation, but I'm making a motion.
Well, the mayor seconded it, so we basically got to vote.
I think, I know it's not discussion time, but I think in principle, we, several of us like this. I think it's the details that are the situation.
Yes, and that's.
And I'm sorry, we're really out of order here for me to say anything or for Kelly to say anything.
We can always have discussion before a vote.
Yes, so, thank you, let's do that.
Val, I agree with you. In principle, yes, but there are some refinements. So, but you keep saying as written, which we
There
haven't
are
worked on.
unknowns in this already, like what is this percentage? I've got it underlined several places. That's to be determined by staff investigations and things like that. If we've got $800,000 in my example of sales tax, that's not going to work. And we have to proportionalize it and do all kinds of manipulations like that.
And I would recommend that it's implicit in my motion that the substance, having delivered my motion or my presentation to city staff, it would be very easy for them after a vote of acceptance to figure this out. So I don't think that that's something we have to wait for to make a vote. It's something that city can very easily do based upon the information that's been given.
Well, if we're.
Well, can you make a motion along those lines instead of the way you had worded it?
Right. Mayor, if this is discussion, we're going to vote on this, and I'm going to vote in the negative again, not because I don't want to proceed. I just not certain that the way we're going about this is the best way. Councilman Pfaff has an amazing idea here. Now it's time to step aside and let council voice what their how they'd like to see it proceed, because I think I think generally, if I read us right, there's consensus to move forward, just not on the way you're trying to present it. So, I mean, you put the motion on the table, we're going to vote for it unless you choose to withdraw it. I would just suggest that we're going to go through this process again until we get to the point where we're really hearing the heart of the matter through different eyes than yours, because you've put a lot into this, but there's other eyes here that are seeing something and they're trying to say something. And anyway, so that's all I want to say.
I do not withdraw my motion.
Okay, good.
I would ask who has a better idea of how they want this manipulated at this point. There's obviously some.
Well, there's some.
Mr. Zuluaga, you said this great idea, except it's not. So what do you?
Yes. The motion is on the table. So to give anything else at this point is pointless because Councilman Pfaff wants it to go forward. So that's okay. I'm fine with that. I'm just saying that until that process is complete and we have a vote on that, the next proposal way to deal with this will not be brought to fore. So that's don't know any other way to say it.
So to continue the discussion, to be candid, I have made a second motion now, which I am going to proceed with. And I've received suggestions at the dais, but with no clarity. So I'll continue to make motions on this proposal until someone wants to give clarity. We'll vote on this motion. People can be on the record for how they're voting on it. And that they can undertake the whatever the good or bad is with that. But I'll continue to make motions until someone wants to offer me a clear suggestion that leads neither to a work session or to any further digging around on this. This is a simple measure that I've proposed. It's very clear. It's not confusing. We've had testimony here tonight of people. We've had testimony here tonight of people who like the proposal and like the simplicity of it. People who, by the way, also testified that they will neither be made whole nor will it provide a full recompense to what they've suffered. We have a limited amount of money. So, I'll make motions. I don't have any good clarity. The only clarity I have here is that there are council members who just want to chuck it and move along so that we can keep dickering around about it. And I think that we can move with this proposal and make changes in the future. That's just my recommendation.
Suzanne, would you mind reading the motion, the updated motion?
So it's my understanding that the motion is to move to adopt as written with the exclusion of clause number 1, not excluding restaurants. And then also, once DOLA has vetted the proposals, to make those adjustments. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
So the opportunity to make adjustments is built in the motion. We have a vote on the floor.
Would you like me to call the vote?
Please.
Case?
No.
Labar?
No.
Neal?
No.
Path?
Yes.
Zuluaga?
No.
Carr?
Yes.
Thank you. Mhm.
What?
Oh, the motion failed.
Yeah. Thank you. All right.
I move that we pass my proposal as laid out here with the exclusionary clause related to the first tranche of money will meet the definition that's laid out there, plus not include restaurants. And council can come back to, or that we seek DOLA's approval, DOLA's recommendation of how the proposal works according to their guidelines. And that if DOLA does not approve as is, that we have a work session to discuss this particular proposal.
Mr. Mayor, the item on the agenda has failed the vote. If we'd like to bring it back on a future agenda, and then we can. It's just a matter of process.
Well, I'd like to move that we waive the, what's it, 3:30, whatever it is?
Yeah, 329.
3:29, because I really think we're close here. We just need.
Well, it failed. It
Failed.
was
It
no
wasn't a
tie.
tie.
It was-
But that's his motion. I don't think that the, oh, so
On
I'm
what
sorry.
agenda item?
Oh,
The
okay.
agenda item has failed.
You can't, it wasn't a tie, which means
Was it?
if it's a tie, it's tabled. But because it failed outright, we cannot move forward on another motion on the same topic item.
Oh, I didn't understand that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So at this point,
That's
what-
unfortunate.
where
So I
we're
would
at-
like to make well, no, because it's.
At this
Yes.
point where we're at in the
Yeah.
process is we're doing all applications and we're going with a review process that will be determined in the next 30 days. The next item on the agenda.
Well, one question, just a question, clarification. We will have between now and the next council meeting, we'll have an opportunity to try to come to a little bit more honed.
If you, yes, the
Language.
council would like to
Yes.
do that, council
Offline.
can do whatever they want.
Very good. Okay.
Yes, I agree with that.
Still need concurrence, of course, but
Sure.
I welcome that. I still think personally it's a heck of a good idea, and I think tweaking it is not beyond our capability.
I agree, Mr. Mayor.
But
agree.
apparently for some it is. All right, next 7, yes, 7C. We are at 7C.
Your Honor, before we call the issue, I just wanted to remind council of the procedural rule that we end meetings by 11 unless there's a motion. We're not there yet, but I didn't want to interrupt discussion. I just wanted to make sure everybody's on that page. We've got about 35 minutes before that deadline to be aware of. So
Right.
if you'd like to continue beyond that, there has to be a motion.
Yeah,
to
I
do
don't see
so.
anything controversial, so I think we'll.
Is it in order to make a motion to table the rest of the agenda until the next council meeting?
Yeah.
Hillary's wanting to weigh in.
So
that-
Hillary, yes, go. I know.
Sorry,
that-
Jason was
time zone.
making a point that I had my hand raised for. We have at least 8 more items on the agenda this evening, and it's already almost 10:30 p.m. So I was going to recommend perhaps that we table some of this unfinished business so that we can move forward, but it's just a recommendation.
I would recommend we honor that. The remaining items on unfinished business and also the 2 items that we moved down to new business, and we go to the initial posting because we do have time restrictions on those. If that's okay with council, do we need a motion to do that? We're adjusting the agenda again.
It's better to be safe than
I-
sorry, so I would prefer that you do it that way.
Yeah, I'd make a motion that we move the remaining unfinished, unfinished business items and the 2 items on new business to the next council meeting.
I second the motion.
The 2 that we moved. Yes, thank you. Suzanne?
Labar,
Yes.
Neal,
Yes.
Path,
Yes.
Zulawaga,
Yes.
Carr,
Yes.
Case.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We'll go to ordinances on initial posting. Sally Riley, please.
Thank you, Mayor Carr. Council members, this is ordinance 1382. It is to vacate a public easement. AKA utility easement beyond so it is located on Village Terrace.
Yeah, go to your.
Thank you. That was a great suggestion.
And so,
Oh, yeah.
there you go.
Okay, thank you. So this property is located on Village Terrace, and it is a simple vacation of a utility easement. We will have a full report during the public hearing for you. We recommend approval and setting the public hearing for August 20th.
Thank you. Council, it's an initial posting. We usually don't do discussion. Anybody want to have any discussion is welcome. Hearing none, we'll move.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 1382, series 2020, and set the public hearing for August 20th.
I had a question
Oh,
before.
I'm so sorry.
No.
I will withdraw that until after the question.
Yeah. At what point in time in the process will we get the city's recommendation on?
You'll have a full staff report
the
during the
next time.
public hearing.
Thank you.
Yes.
I will make a motion to approve ordinance 1382, series 2020 on first reading and set the public hearing for August 20th.
Second. Suzanne.
Neil,
Yes.
Pat,
Yes.
Zulawaga,
Yes.
Carr,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We'll go to public hearings, 9A. Finance Director Emily is, oh, you are here. I'm sorry. I didn't see you over there.
No.
All right, is it on?
Yeah.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this is the public hearing for ordinance number 1381, which is for the expenditure appropriations, adjusting those to by $674, $515, and 14 cents for the 2020 budget year. So that will increase general fund expenditures with this grant money from 11,806,653 to 12,481,168 and 14 cents.
Thank you. Council, questions? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Your Honor, if I could make sure we
Oh.
hear from the public, because it is a public hearing.
Oh, yes, sorry. Public, oh, yes, I do have, well, actually, I can't tell anymore. Any public comment on this issue? Do we have anything up there on Zoom?
No, not right now.
Mayor Pro Tem Labar, any comments? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 1381, adjusting expenditure appropriations to the general fund in the amount of $674,515.14 for the administration of the Coronavirus Relief Fund for the city
I'll
of
second.
Woodland Park, Colorado.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Suzanne?
Pat,
No.
Zulawaga,
Yes.
Carr,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Neil.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-1.
Thank you.
Thank you. Under new business, we have approve resolution number 865, series 2020, opposition to National Popular Vote Compact, which will appear on the 2020 general election ballot. The city attorney has constructed a resolution which is in front of you. Do we have any discussion from the council? Seeing none.
No, I raised my hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to say that one of the worst ideas that also is frankly intended to undermine the foundations upon which this country was created is well memorialized in part through the effort to get rid of the national popular vote. The purpose of getting rid of the national popular vote is specifically a partisan effort by national Democrats to give themselves an advantage, knowing that coastal states have more population than internal states, that those states almost unanimously vote in favor of a Democrat candidate at the present time in American history. But what's worse than that is the fact that the greatest thing that it undermines is the constitutional right of states to set their own rules for voting. So what will happen is if Colorado presently has a certain set of voting laws that we follow every election cycle, California has a different set of voting laws. One evidence of that is that we have a vote gathering that restricts any individual from gathering more than 10 votes at any given time on behalf of anyone who would receive a ballot in the mail. California's vote gathering law allows an unlimited number of ballots to be gathered by any individual. They also have different schemes for verification of that gathering. That and other items, I believe California does not yet have complete mail-in voting like we do, but they have had tests in various counties, Orange County being one of them, with some complaints. So therefore, you've got different systems of voting which can have different outcomes and different methods of being able to determine what the election outcomes can be. And you've suddenly subjected Colorado, in this case, to the way California or New York or any other state conducts their voting and determines who will vote for the president. So that also undermines that system, because you will have competing systems and different ways that various presidential campaigns will treat it. This is an onerous attempt to undermine a very clear constitutional principle, which is that each state will choose its electors, and those electors will vote for the person who wins the popular vote in that state. So this is a very dangerous thing, and I recommend that we approve the resolution that stands against it. It's very, very concerning, and it's a very big risk to the future of our republic.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre, I don't see your hand up, but if you have any comments, please come forward.
I really don't at this time. I support the initiative that you brought forward, Mayor, and I agree that it is. I agree with what Councilmember Path had to say, and I'm going to support it. So, thank you.
Thank you. I will say that I was approached by mayors in a mayor's panel and some other gatherings that I've been in with other mayors, and Monument and Fountain and a whole bunch of other mayors are trying to collectively do these resolutions to give a sense of HOR councils. Any other further comments? Council Member Zuluaga.
As this is a resolution, it has, respectfully, it has a feels good, and I totally support it. But as we're going on a record for this, I just want to point out that the founders were very, very wise in the way they set up the Electoral College, and it allowed a combination, a good balance, a combination between the people's voice and the state's voice. And it's sad to me that we're losing so much of a voice of the state because we no longer understand the Constitution. We don't understand the founding principles. They're not being taught in our schools. Our adults are not discussing them. We're allowing all sorts of foreign concepts of government that don't work, namely socialism, fascism, communism. These don't work. And we are undermining our own country by lobbyists and moneyed interests to push this thing like the national popular vote. But if we understand the integrity of our state, if we understand that the voice of the people of Colorado collectively are expressing the voice for the president, that's important. Because otherwise, come election time, they're going to the candidates are going to go to Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, or California, should I say, and that's all they have to go to. They don't have to go to the little states because we're actually giving away our voice in this national popular vote idea. So I support this resolution. I recognize it's got no teeth, but boy, I think what's most important is that we understand what we're up against and how we are whittling away at the integrity of what makes us and has made us a very excellent form of government for 244 years.
Councilmember Neal.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in along with Jim and Robert and Hillary. This is so important that we support this resolution. It has no teeth, but it is a symbol that we understand the Constitution and how wise our founding fathers were that they put a electoral college in place so that the agrarian citizens and big city citizens have a chance to get their voice heard appropriately. Otherwise, there are more city dwellers, and very quickly, states like Colorado would just we would not exist in terms of the political arena. Wyoming, Utah, anything that's got very small populations would just absolutely be decimated by probably 3 states, 4, Florida, Texas, New York, and California. And I'm sure their principles are very different from Coloradan principles. So Jim, thank you for supporting this. Val, for bringing it forward. I can't wait to make this vote, and hopefully it's a very unified council this time.
Seeing no additional, we have public comment, and I open it up for public comment. Seeing none on Zoom, I would close public comment, and I don't hear any rebuttals available, so I will go to any final questions. If no final questions, seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
I move that we approve Resolution 865, Series 2020, opposition to National Popular Vote Compact that's going to appear on the general election ballot in 2020.
I second that.
Thank you. Suzanne?
Zuluaga?
Yes.
Carr?
Yes.
Case?
Yes, and I'd just like to say that I thank you, Mr. Mayor, for bringing this forward. It's very important, and it's good leadership for us. Although it doesn't have teeth, it does lead. So yes, thank you.
Labar?
Yes.
Neal?
Yes.
Half?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. New business remote work implementation items. City Manager Darren Tangeman.
So this was brought to, you wanted me to just generally brief the council. There was a discussion tonight about CVRF funds, the $175,000 that was placed on in the whole spectrum of the 675,000. As Councilmember Paff stated, and I believe Zuloaga also did, is that we have about $80,000 in general expenses we're looking at right now. But I think Mayor Carr wanted me to come and talk about some of the other things that we're also looking at in terms of the parameters that are given to us with the CVRF funds. Some of those are improving our communications as it relates to COVID-19 communications, and also in expanding our ability to do remote work. And so we're looking at those two things in terms of how do we allow our employees to potentially, how do we help our employees to do more remote work, and how might we improve our communications within the city to help communicate COVID-19 issues and impacts better to our community. So two of the things we'll be looking at is the purchase of some automation or computers that will they'll help assist us in achieving that. Also, we are working with I'm going to just Karis to work on looking at improving, getting consulting to come in here and help improve our automation, our audio and video systems within within City Hall or council chambers.
Yay.
So those two things are some of the primary expenses above and beyond the $80,000. The other things we have to do as part of our agreement with the county is we need to purchase PPE, and we have that on the docket to get PPE to assist Woodland Park as part of that agreement. So we would have enough PPE. That means masks and sanitation and other things to work on for to account for what we need in Woodland Park. So that was part of that agreement. And we have that already. We have the vendors and everything. We've gone through a number of them to make sure, because there's a lot of vendors out there that are trying to get in that business, and we want to make sure we get it from a reputable organization. And so we're working on that. And other things, as Jason just mentioned, is sanitation and getting cleaning products and so forth. We're getting stocked up for that for the end of the year, just in case there's other issues that we run into before the end of the year as well. And other things we're looking at is touchless items for our community members to help prevent potential transmission of COVID-19, and that's touchless payment systems and potentials to augment our security system for the city through a touchless security system as well. So those are the highlights. Mayor Carr, did you have any other questions or recommendations or concerns?
Yeah, those sound familiar to the list we've talked about for a while.
Okay.
Thermometers, are we going to?
Yes. Well, we certainly can do that. We've already purchased a number of them within the city, and we got some actually donated from I don't know if you want to mention something from El Paso County that we got from the chamber as well. And we have also purchased some from the Woodland Aquatic Center. So we have them distributed amongst our facilities right now.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. I know when we line up over to do our lap swimming that it would be nice to have that screening technique over there.
Okay.
Thank you. Any questions, Council?
Okay. And as was stated before, all these have to conform to the CVRF guidelines. We're not buying something that can't be reimbursed by those funds, and so that's the intent. We're doing our due diligence to make sure that those items are reimbursable.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything that has a red flag, but that's just me.
I do have one question. City Manager Tangiban, do we have some idea of what that expense looks like for PPE?
Yes, it's generally, I think that one's 19,000.
Okay.
Yes.
So that puts us up around $100,000 for that. And then for the technology, what are you estimating that looks at?
Generally 51,000.
So you're not leaving much left to that 170.
Yeah, when I did 175, I had a good understanding of what the revenues what we could be reimbursed for and what we could do within the city.
Mhm.
So yes, I know there was a comment about, well, there might be some left over, but I will tell you there's a reason why we proposed 175. We generally had a pretty good understanding of what we needed and what we had already expended when we made that number.
And of course, all the PPE and everything goes through December 30th. So at least, so we have to plan.
So then the other component of that is after you heard all the discussion tonight in the administrative process, if we streamline this, once we get through the bugs of what Councilman Paff's proposal is that going to simplify that?
It would if
from your administrative costs is what I'm asking.
If it's vetted and it's validated by all the powers that be, absolutely.
All right, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. On to reports. On Sunday, August 9th, former Mayor Levy's service is at 2 p.m. It's going to be live streamed on social media at the Cultural Center. It's open for people to watch together. There will be refreshments, but it's limited to 100 people. We have a FEMA class that council is very much encouraged to attend. It's a G402 FEMA class from 1 to 4 p.m. the 19th of August. I think we have some email about that already in our queue. I've already taken a couple of these classes, but this is a 402 class, so this is a special class. And I'm going to try to make this, I hope everybody else does. One of the things I talked about a few meetings ago is all of us getting up to speed on emergency management. Some of us are new at it. Most of us are new at it, actually, I think. But I'm certainly new at it, if that's only one. I welcome us to do that. August 8th, 2020, we have the 31st Annual Mayor's Cup. It's a virtual race, but if anybody wants a picture with the mayor at your finish line, I'd be happy to contact me through the city email. And I'll be happy to show up at the finish line with you. There's more information on this. Call the Parks and Rec Department. August 11th, 2020, Chamber Member 101 class. It's from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. The Ute Pass Cultural Center. Call the Chamber for more information. And farmers markets tomorrow and every Friday. That's all I've got. Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre, you're up.
I just want to thank everybody for letting me join them this evening. I'm in Lake of the Ozarks and today's my birthday, so I still managed to show up for council.
Birthday to
you. Excuse my appearance. I've been on the lake all day, so.
Birthday to Hillary. Happy birthday to you.
But thanks everyone and have a good evening.
Thanks, you too. I'm
Thanks.
jealous.
Happy birthday, Hillary.
Councilmember Case.
I have nothing. Thank you.
Councilmember Neal.
I have I have 3 items that come from the August 3rd Keep Woodland Park Beautiful meeting that we had. The first thing is the Keep Woodland Park Beautiful has spent an additional $701 out of a total $1,000. They had previously spent the $300 on tools. The $701 was spent at Lowe's on flowers, and I want to give a shout out to Steve Barner, who's the crew chief for the Parks, Buildings, and Grounds, who did a great job in planting $701 worth of plants throughout the city. The second thing is just a reminder that September 26th is still the scheduled citywide cleanup. And we are in the preliminary planning for a Keep America Beautiful. We're an affiliate to Keep America Beautiful. They have a National Recycle Day scheduled for November 15th, 2020, and we are looking into participating in that. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Paff.
I have nothing.
Question, Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question of Mr.
Sure.
Neal? The Keep Woodland Park Beautiful, no, Keep America Beautiful recycling event, will that be electronics or just regular recycling?
Regular, I don't know if we have that.
No, I think they're looking at electronics.
Yeah.
Because the Keller Williams one was canceled because of COVID. So The number of us have a stash that we're wanting to get rid of. So thank you.
Councilmember Zuluaga.
Three things. Main Street, we did a virtual Zoom meeting this month, and really the only thing that comes to my mind is simply to say that Main Street asked how we're going on the budget process. And so anyway, that was a question for council and for the city in terms of where we are with the way we're doing the proposals for the budget. So perhaps when you get to your report, you can give us some idea of what that looks like. DDA, it was a fabulous meeting. We had the prospective investors for the Bergstrom Park area come and present. It was just excellent. So there's about a team of about 5 families involved in this, and they're still in the works of that. They presented a conceptual plan that was very well received. And so kind of piggybacking on that, a couple of us on the DDA board went and mowed the grass down at Bergstrom Park. And I came across something that was very surprising to me, which Rusty is in your area with Keep Woodland Park Beautiful. Somebody came over to me and said, "Who takes care of your park?" And I said, "It was the city." And he says, "They're filthy." And I handed him my camera because it was a ladies' bathroom. He said, I said, "Can you take a picture?" He says, "Oh, it's just like my phone." So anyway, he took a picture. I went and took pictures of the rest. It's embarrassing. It's seriously embarrassing how we keep the parks in the middle of summer. So my question to you, City Manager Tangeman, what would it cost us to look at having those serviced every day not every day, like Friday, Saturday, Sunday during the summer months when we have such high traffic volume? It's like the pride of our city's lost. You look at this park and you go, oh my God. And maybe getting paint on the bathroom floors, a few things like that, and enough toilet roll papers. Anyway, just a few things. I know you sent me a letter to say that you normally they don't do it on the weekends, but can you give me some idea of what would that look like for us to kind of have that our game lifted on that?
Well, I want to say that our parks, buildings and grounds crews do a fantastic job. The concern that you raised was really an anomaly. It was a weekend issue that did have a coverage gap. So
I realize that. So I'm just asking, what would it take us to have people service them every day on a weekend, at least during the summer months when we have such high traffic? That would solve the problem as far as
I don't even think that's even necessary. I will tell you that we will. We've already worked with the crews. It's already adjusted. We will have a crew member. What we're looking at is a seasonal crew member during the summer months that will be there on Saturday to service the restrooms. We're also looking at what ways that we can expand the waste receptacles. It's just that we have an enormous amount of people coming up the mountain and using it as a rest stop. The weekends are our biggest time, so we're adjusting staff to fix it. So I believe it'll be rectified this weekend. So I don't think you're
if that's the case, great. I'm just asking you because if it's a budget issue, when you responded to me, I didn't get that, and I just want council to know the way our city looks on the weekend in the rest area is not very good. So
I will
if
tell
we
you,
can,
it is
if we
budget.
can adjust that, that'd be great.
It is budget related. It was budget related because
Right.
we did cut back on because of COVID. And just being as conservative as possible with the funds, we did cut back on the number of seasonals that we have. We only have one seasonal where we typically have 5 seasonals at this point in the year. That seasonal will be working during the weekend and covering that bathroom and our restrooms and our rest stop.
Okay. And that's all I've got.
City Attorney.
Nothing further to add except that it's 10:58, and so I don't know how much the manager's report will take, but perhaps looking at how much time you want to continue the meeting onward.
I move that we convene up to 11:15.
I second the motion.
Suzanne.
Carr?
Yes.
Case?
Yes.
Labar?
Yes.
Neal?
Yes.
Path?
Yes.
Zulawaga?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
City Manager.
Okay, let me be I'll try to hit some of the things I need to hit real quick, and then I need to pass it off to both Suzanne and Sally. First, budget question. I know that just came up. Staff met today to work on the programs and services. Unfortunately, we didn't get to the completion of it today. The staff is meeting on Tuesday to complete that. I will get it. My intent is to get it to City Council next week. That will trigger your review of that. I would recommend that City Council at some point at that time set up a work session to review the programs and services the following week, if we can, and that will trigger the schedule. We'll need to, because as you know, during the retreat, we proposed a budget schedule to you that was disapproved, and so we need the programs and services. That portion of the budget will be presented to City Council for your review to deliberate on that issue. I know there are other discussions that some council members want to have in terms of the strategic plan and how that impacts it, but from a staff perspective, we will have the programs and services, the portion that City Council has asked for, at next week, ready for at some point to get it to you so you can set up a work session. So second, I want to talk, I got something to announce. The Lighter Side of Christmas Committee has determined that in light of the ongoing COVID pandemic, it would be in the best interest of the parade participants and attendees to postpone this year's parade. The LSOC, or Lighter Side of Christmas Committee, will continue working on the holiday promotion for our local businesses to help increase their foot traffic during the holidays. Of course, this will result in more tax revenue for the city based on our efforts. This will include the Lighter Side of Christmas treasure hunt, business promotions starting with Shop Small Saturday through the holiday season, an online concert performed by Woodland Park Wind Symphony during the parade window, Saturday, December 5th from 6 to 7 p.m., and fireworks at 7 p.m. that night for our citizens to celebrate the season. We appreciate the continued support of the City of Woodland Park for the funding of this holiday tradition. Signed, the Lighter Side of Christmas Committee. Last thing I want to touch on before I pass it off to both Sally and Suzanne is, I think we all, we started this meeting off with our discussion in our moment of silence for former Mayor Neil Levy. I wanted to just communicate to the community that it is the intent of the city, and I've had this discussions with Mayor Carr to we plan to dedicate Panther Field to Mayor Neil Levy, or Neil Levy Field on save the date, please. November 28th is the date that we've coordinated with Mayor Levy's family to do a proper dedication of that on that day. So I just want to make sure that everyone's aware of that so that you can prepare for yourself to potentially be there and celebrate Neil's life and his impact to sports, education, our government, and our schools, everything you can possibly think of that he's had an impact on. So I just want to make sure everyone's aware of that. So, Sally, I'm going to pass it off to you.
That's a very joyful dedication. I'm really thrilled that we're doing that.
Thank you.
Sally, thank you.
Council, you received a week ago a comprehensive packet on the update of Shining Mountain interaction with code enforcement. That packet included a summary of the visits to the golf course. It also included a response to Ms. Roy's claims that was distributed to you on July 16th. Also a summary of the cases or similar cases regarding COVID-19 and camping. And those included cases dealing with Taco Bell, Wendy's, Beer Works, Udin, and the Impact Church for camping. Included was also a summary of all the COVID compliance visits that the code enforcement officer did on Memorial Day weekend, as well as on May 21st. 23rd, there were 18 visits, And then a list of, from Teller County, we receive a spreadsheet weekly on complaints that come into Teller County. There were over 34 locations that have received complaints. And lastly, there was a summary of the written courtesy warnings that were issued to 14 businesses during a time in July. So I'm happy to answer any questions. It's a pretty comprehensive summary of our our engagement with the community. It's all based on education and information and helping businesses be successful.
Thank you very much. I would suggest that if council has individual questions about any of the content here, to raise them with Director Riley. But we will be, we did push this conversation to the next agenda, and Suzanne and I will be working on that, putting that agenda together along with the city manager. And we will, I would say that at that time we can have a more in-depth discussion.
And then Mayor Carr, I do have one other item, but I would like for Suzanne to go next.
Oh, mine's going to take 10 seconds.
Good.
And nobody's listening anymore. Everybody's asleep. But I just wanted to tell the public that they could come pick up petitions for the November 3rd election. The petition pickup started on August 4th, and people have until August 24th to return those petitions. Thanks, Sally.
What Suzanne is distributing to you is an opportunity for the city and actually all of Teller County. The Colorado Water Conservation Board has funding through FEMA to be able to study the existing floodplains within the county. And so this is a 2 to 3 year process. And on the front cover is a map of the floodplains within the Woodland Park area that they will be helping us to evaluate and study and potentially remap. There is attached to the map an overview of a letter as well as a study memo. And on the very back page, you'll see that there is a signature place for the floodplain manager and the city manager to sign in agreement that we will work cooperatively with the Colorado Water Conservation Board and their consultant, which is AECOM, and FEMA, in order to study and remap several of our floodplains. This will really help the areas such as the golf course, which the stream bed has shifted and the floodplain is way out of date in that area. So this is really a gift horse that will help us in being able to hone in on our existing channels and floodplains, and we'll be able to allow for people that may be out of the floodplain that no longer need to buy flood insurance, but it could possibly put new people in the floodplain, but it will at least bring us up to date to existing conditions. So with that, I would like to be able to move forward with this partnership because it would be hugely expensive, tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars for the city to do this on our own.
Sally, we did this. How many years ago did we do this?
In 2009, we did only Fountain Creek.
Only Fountain Creek, that's what I thought.
Yes.
Thank you for reminding me.
So remind us, since you've already talked to me, about the cost in dollars and or staff time.
For this project, it's $0. It is staff time, which is primarily my time and Robin Brown, the city engineer. And because AECom is doing a terrific job, we really have only spent about 5 hours so far with this project. And I suspect that, you know, we'll have several dozen hours associated with
So it's
it
not
over
a-
the next 2 to 3 years.
It's not going to have a significant staff impact.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Sally, you're bringing this to us so that we can actually take a vote, so he's authorized to sign the document. Is that the purpose of bringing this to us?
Yes, please.
Okay, are we going to need to take a motion?
Oh, no,
Can't? Okay, that's what I was wondering. Okay, thank you.
Do it at the next meeting.
What's that? What's wrong? They can get consensus. Yeah. Yeah. All they need is consensus.
Yeah. Could I
I'm
have a
good.
consensus?
How about thumbs up or thumbs
Thumbs
down?
up would be good.
Okay.
And just to clarify, since we're not spending any money, it's not something necessarily that you would have to vote on.
Yeah.
We just wanted to
Hillary,
make sure
what-
we don't
thumbs
go
up
down
or
a
down?
path without your.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay.
And we will provide you regular reports or updates as we progress through this project.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'll close out real quick. I know you want to close out the meeting. I will be, because of the circumstances of the last 3 weeks, I had to cancel my vacation. I just want council to know I will be actually taking that family vacation out of state starting Saturday. Suze will be in charge. So if you need anything, please let her know. I can be contacted in case of emergency, but as you had said, I probably should try to disconnect myself a little better when I go on vacation. So
You should.
that is the intent.
I'm jealous, but yes.
Yeah. Thank
Is that it?
Mayor, can I just have a
Yes.
clarification on this? It was unclear to me, the idea of a consensus or whatever. I mean, I get that, but if that means that's fine for you to sign this, I'm not there yet. So
Oh,
I'm
it
just
says
saying that I
the-
want to review it. I want to look at it. It sounds good, all those things. I'm just not saying, it's like, go ahead in principle, but I'm not at the point of saying that, yeah, you're ready to sign this, please. I just want to make that clear.
And I
Because
guess
this is just handed to me,
there
and for
time
me to say I'm going to vote on this right now and say that this is all fine, I am not prepared to do that tonight. So just know that that's great. This all looks exciting, but please don't-
Yeah,
that's not-
and-
that's not my consent to say.
Robert, I'm glad you brought that up because I just assumed it meant that, Sally, you can continue to work whatever the action is, but we're not taking an official vote yet. We agree with you moving forward to the point where we can take the official vote,
Mr.
correct?
City Attorney, do you want to weigh in or not?
I just point out that the deadline that they're hoping that we comply with, I haven't been involved in any of this, but is August 19th, which is when they're hoping that we have this signed and back to them.
And the
And then when's
next
our
meeting is August
when's our
20th.
next city council?
So I
August
know
20th.
We're looking at potentially having a
20th.
special meeting next week for an executive session with my evaluation. Is it possible that we have this as a single agenda item? Because
we have to take
to
it out of
consider to
executive
make it
session.
something a little more official.
We'd have to take it out of executive session with your asking.
Well, yeah,
we
yeah.
can- It's be a
start-
special
we have
meeting.
Special meeting, have this be an official action that's at a meeting that's more noticed.
I would be okay with that.
That's a great idea.
I'd be
And
okay
then
with
we
that.
can,
Yeah.
okay.
Let's do that.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna-
All right. All right. Sounds good.
I think we're adjourned. Thank you.
Sir.